Ah. Hi! Welcome, finally! Hello, hi! Sorry about the really delayed beginning. Oh my goodness. Mime! Hi! Thank you so much, Cabbage! Thank you for the pats, Yif! Oh wait, no, thank you for the pats, Nico! I have to pat Yif, hold on. Oh no, I got patted as well! Oh my god, hold on, I need to catch up from the beginning. I'm catching up from the beginning. Sounds familiar? I finally finished it, meaning I was running out of time and I needed to submit it, because then I could have kept on tweaking it forever and there's things I still want to fix, but anyway. Also, apparently replay gain isn't working very well because, like, I'm having to have this 6 decibels higher than usual, even though I've applied replay gain to it, so it's... anyway. So it should be the same level as all the other stuff, but it's very clearly not. Anyway, hi, welcome. Sorry for the extra long starting soon screen. I had to do 3 things. Firstly, I was already dying, as you can see by this, so I had to go and get a bowl of water to have my feet in to try to allow myself to stay alive for the duration of 1 stream, maybe? Extended dance mix. Nah, the duration's fine. Anyway, hello, yes, sorry. It's the thing that I was making. Alright, wait. Let me catch up on everything. Welcome in! Clunk and Nico and Autoyuki and Stu and Christopher. There is that tail again, the Pookie tail. It is. It does weird things. Well, it's attached to a cat that does weird things. I wonder what the cat finds under the table today. I wonder. Is there a big hairy mouse? Nah, there's not. A cogwheel. Yeah. Old moldy cheese? Nah, it's not moldy! It's not moldy because look at how plastic it is. It never molds, it's just a sheet of plastic. I mean, eventually, like after thousands of years, it'll degrade, I guess. Hi Omni, welcome. Thank you for demonstrating the fact that this cheese won't get moldy. A 486? Nah. A racing wheel? Yes. Or a steering wheel of some kind. A total mess under there? It's fine. Looking for a Class D amplifier? A Class D amplifier? I don't know what the rest of it was, because Crazy Taxi on the PS2 would literally just start reading the Class D license, and then it would just cut off. Always. Which is great. That's how the official PlayStation 2 game was. It'd be like, Class B license. Like, it would start to read some quip and it would always cut off. You didn't press anything, like, you'd only ever hear the license and then it'd just be like, and then nothing else would play. It's great. They released the game like that. It's amazing. Anyway. TNT! Yeah, there's TNT! Redeem Fart Cloud. No. What the fuck? Why did I read that? No! And just as its music's reaching its climax, I'm gonna give head pats to the if.
What do you call someone who's allergic to burnt bread? Lactose intolerant.
Oh my god. I didn't know where that was going for a second. Hi! Wait, did I not see City Robo? Let me go back to the very beginning. We have Autoyuki, Clunk, Nico, Psychic, Blazy Knights. Okay, I've definitely already missed some of those before. Shit. Stu, Autoyuki, Christopher, Trade Splatter, Christopher, Yifweed, Cabbage, Yifweed, Tano. Okay, there we are, that's it. There was no city at that point. Continuing. Hi Tano, welcome. That sounds familiar. It is! It's the thing I was making. Hopefully the EQing doesn't sound as god-awful as it was before. You got double patted. Did I? Nice. I also have to go Nyah! And interrupt the music for a sec. Wow, the pressing mute at the same time as pausing the music... Sorry. Pausing the music at the same time as turning reverb on is now so muscle memory that I got surprised by my own reverb. I was like, wait, how did that happen? City Robo, welcome! Catch up indeed. Get cheese nerd. Why? 30 is pretty hot. It's fucking awful! It's way too hot. I've only just begun stream as well! I haven't even got all hot and bothered yet. I mean, I am hot and bothered, but... not due to myself. Welcome in Omni, welcome in Flynn! If it isn't moldy, is it at least radioactive? I don't think so. I don't know. I don't have a Geiger counter. A Geiger Müller counter. I don't know why the Müller always gets forgotten about. And now it's super loud because the replay gain did do nothing. The replay gain, it does nothing. Welcome Jockhammer. Welcome City Rapper. Welcome Mergian. Why do you have a bell around your neck? Why don't you have a bell around your neck? Why are my hands not tracking correctly? Hold on. Let me see if I can make it make noise. One sec. Behold, I'm smiling. I don't know why it thinks I'm looking angry. It's the sound of a distinguished cat. Distinguishedly weird cat. Question mark. Is that grammatically correct? I don't know. Welcome in. Hi. Hope you're doing alright. Hi. Should we crowdfund aircon? Unfortunately, it would not be up to me to have it fitted. You'd have to try and convince the people that I live with. I don't want to get into why that will not be allowed. Massively form over function people, but let's not get into it. Anyway, hello, hi, it's me. I'm a weird cat. Hi, Freb. Welcome. I appreciate that, though. I appreciate the offer. Okay, a few things have happened since... That was for Freb. Sorry, I had to do it. I had to interrupt. Welcome, Freb. How are you doing? A few things have happened since my last stream, and I want to catch you all up, which I'm going to take all the time when I can make noise to do, and then once I've finished doing that, I'll actually do the stream, and I won't be able to make a noise anymore. Yay! That's how it usually goes. Ugh. My ancestors wore shackles around their necks. I will honor their memory and never put a piece of metal around mine. That's interesting, because a lot of people like try to do the same things as someone else to honor their memory. So, like, doing the opposite is kind of interesting. Welcome, Axia. Hi. How are you doing? Welcome. Thank you for the pets. That's a lot of pets! That's a lot of... Wait. That's a lot of pets! No, never mind, it's not funny. Not pay taxes. And not pay taxes. Your ancestors did not pay taxes either, so... I see. I have no idea what that message says. I'm afraid I cannot understand it, and therefore I cannot moderate it. And for that reason, I'm going to delete it. However, welcome in. If you're able to speak in English or use a translator or anything, you're welcome to stay. But I cannot moderate it. I'm afraid. I'm afraid I can't moderate it, and I don't think I have any mods that can either. I'm sorry. That pad redeem goes hard? I think so. I'm sorry! Except I'm not, because it's literally a rule in my chat. Anyway, one that I've never had to enforce before, I think. Have I ever had to enforce that before? I don't think I've ever deleted a message, but... have I? I don't know. Anyway. I'm sorry. You know what? I'm curious. I'm gonna check it myself. It doesn't mean that you're allowed to keep doing it, but I'm curious. I'm a cat after all. Curiosity kills me. Oh, I see what it is. I think I... okay. I don't feel so bad about deleting anymore. Anyway. Cause politics is also something that's not allowed to... Anyway, so, let me show you what's happened since the last stream. Let me show you. Allow me to press the button. Oh shit! 2 things have happened since the last stream, I think. Possibly. I might have shown one of these already, I'm not sure. Thank you for the pats, friend. Thank you. So, super quick, like, refresher for anyone who doesn't know. I'm wanting to make a, basically, like, a kind of like a physical Tamagotchi style thing. And it's going to be like actually with an LCD and a microcontroller. And yeah, like a physical thing. Maybe I'll like try sending it sometime, who knows. I just want to make the damn thing first. It's probably never even gonna get made, so it's like, why am I even worrying about this? Anyway, I'm not worrying. And well, I'm always worrying. Let's be honest. Anyway, so I was originally planning on using an Arduino to control it. Not literally the entire Arduino board, but just like the AVR microcontroller from an Arduino board. I did like a stream where we're like trying to get the power consumption down and stuff and see if it'd be fast enough and stuff. And TLDR, it would be fast enough. It would not be low enough power consumption. I hope it gets made because it would be the coolest much. Even with like sleep mode, by the way, I can't get it much below 1 milliamp, and I need like far lower than that if I'm going to be wanting it to like keep running for days on one battery charge and stuff. Or like, I want it to last as long as possible, basically, and I know that I can get far below 1 milliamp. So behold, a bag of little microcontrollers that can do 1 micro amp in standby. How ridiculous is that? This is one right here. Control my bag. Breadboard here for size comparisons. They're much smaller than the AVR ones. Thank you, by the way. Thank you very much for the follow, Mergian. Hi. I expect I'm not pronouncing that correctly. I very much apologize. It's the coolest project I've seen on Twitch. Oh, thanks. I haven't even shown you it yet. It's barely begun. I mean, like, I've done a little bit of planning. I've got LCDs as well. And yeah, so yesterday these actually finally arrived. Oh no, these arrived before, but then these little breakout board kind of thingies, to make it ignore the solder for a second. There's a reason. Hang on, I'll get to it in a second, all right? I shouldn't have shown you that. Shit, I spoiled the funny. God damn it. Anyway, yeah, these little boards arrived that I could solder the chip onto, so that I can like put it onto a breadboard and be like probing around and testing and stuff in like an easy way when I'm working on things. Cat tier soldering, thanks. So I thought I'd try one of those. I thought I'd try drag soldering, which is a technique I've never tried before. Can you tell? For soldering this one. Anyway, turns out it's really easy to bridge every pin together. How is this the first thing I see here? I don't know. Welcome, Leonardo. Hi. How are you doing? Don't worry, I cleaned it up a little bit. I mean, there's flux all over the board, but I cleaned it up. And to my amazement, this actually works. It works fine. Despite me like poking it with a hot iron for like 10 minutes, this thing still works fine, which is quite amazing. Thank you for the follow, Fat Lemon, as well. Hi. Did an oopsie whoopsie on your daughter board? Flux is better than bridges. It's true. It's true. And then I soldered the pins on, and then it was sitting on a board, and yeah, a little something like this is how the current setup is. This stuff down here you can ignore. I'm really, and this stuff up here as well you can also ignore in the top right. I'm just really bad at clearing things up when I'm done with them. My arm is stuck. There it is. So yeah, this little audio circuit thingy is what I was working on the last stream, and eventually I might use it again. But that's getting a bit ahead of myself, because to use it again, I'd have to code for this thing. And I'm not used to coding for this thing yet. So that's what today's stream is going to be. I'm going to be trying to learn how to code for this thing. Like, I've done super tiny not even hello world programs. Like, even simpler than that, I guess. Basically just toggling a pin. I mean, I guess that basically is hello world, but I didn't connect an LED to it. I probed it. So we have this probe here from this oscilloscope. That is like my eyes into seeing what that's doing. I could, if I can cram them into such a small space, have up to 3 other probes as well. And we can have that on the screen to see what's going on. As I did last night! Why is this so hard to see? Hold on. There we are. Still looks a bit hard to see, actually. No, whatever. Anyway, so this pink arrow is pointing to it. That's it. That's the new microcontroller, which is an STM32 microcontroller. I've never used an ST microcontroller before. And this Arduino here, I coded up a thing for the Arduino, and basically the way you upload to the STM thing is, there's a bunch of ways you can upload to it. I'm using a method where you basically just send serial data to it, and from it. Like, the programmer will query a few things, and then the thing responds to say, yep, okay, back and forth, and then eventually they actually start transferring. And the way that you put it into that mode is you have to hold a boot pin high and then reset it. And then like the little bootloader on there will check that pin at startup. And if it's high, it's like, okay, let's go into bootloader mode, and it starts listening out for, you know, commands from the bootloader program, from the programmer, sorry. And so I made this thing using an Arduino to make it so that it automatically does the pushing the boot pin high and the reset, and then transfers the data from the computer. And then when the data's finished transferring the computer, it pulls the boot pin low and does another reset, and then so it lets the code start running. Anyway, first time in a while that I've actually needed an Arduino Maker because it has more than one hardware serial port. That is really useful. One of them's communicating with the computer, and one of them's communicating with this. Anyway, I'm getting slightly ahead of myself. Just a little bit ahead of myself. This is huge thanks to Trade Splatter, by the way, for the moral and also like actual tech support for getting this working last night on, well, not last night, yesterday on not the Arduino thing. I was able to do that myself, but just the even just the manual uploading, where I'm switching things around with my hands like a pleb. In like the voice chat on my Discord yesterday. It was super useful. Thank you. Much appreciated. Saved. It's a honker. A honker? Flux my bridge. Am I programming in assembly? I'm not going to be programming in assembly, at least at first. I do want to be doing a lot of like direct register accesses and stuff though, rather than just using, you know, libraries that other people have made. That's partially why even though I realized that I wasn't going to be using an Arduino, like I had my doubts that I might be able to even get an Arduino to be low power enough, I still wanted to play around with it just to get myself used to the idea of, you know, doing the more low level port access stuff. I mean, register access stuff on a microcontroller, like to directly change things like to do with timers and enabling or disabling watchdog and like, you know, a lot of things. I don't know, things. I'll be doing it in C for now. But I do want to actually take a little look at the instruction set manual. It's an ARM CPU. I think it's ARM Cortex M0 is what it was? Something like that? I think there's a 0 in there somewhere and there's an M in there somewhere. I'll have to look up the page. Oh, here it is. I actually misclicked, but I clicked on the thing that I needed at that time. Does it mention the CPU? There it is. 32-bit Cortex M0 Plus. So I'll look at whatever. I'll just look up an instruction set for that. Because I'm curious to know like what the instructions actually are and how, like, roughly how many clock cycles things are going to be taking, assuming that the compiler makes a good decision. You know? So yeah. I'm just curious. Eventually I might do assembly. Because I did assembly with the AVR microcontroller a bit for the Arduino. So maybe I'll do it again for this eventually, but not right now. Not right now. Plus, wowee. Yeah, I don't know the significance of that either. I would never be helpful. Must have been someone else. It was you, alright, it was you. Why is this font size so small? How do I make it bigger without making the entire thingy bigger? Is this readable on stream? It looks kind of small. Is this smaller than the... Hold on, this is not even... This is all like horribly... what's the word? Hinted as well. Visual Studio Code. So the usual Visual Studio Code... No, that's Visual Studio entirely. Visual Studio Code. The usual Visual Studio Code I use is this. What the fuck is this? What am I reading? What is this? This random file and temp thing. Okay, get out of here. That's not what I want. But actually, it's useful that something is loaded because I can see what the font is. Anyway, yeah, I guess I want to set the font up the same and stuff because it's far easier to read for me. ARM is kind of special compared to x86. Every opcode has built-in conditionals. That sounds very confusing. Alright, hang on. I haven't even caught up with redeems yet. What am I doing? There was a Save the Kidneys from Stewie half an hour ago. I've already done that, don't worry. And posture check. I should do that. And the hydration. I'm going to do that first. I'm going to go a little out of order here. A little out of order execution. My tracking is having issues. Oh my god. That's quite nice. I dropped the lid of this neon juice bottle and it splashed me a bit. Which is really nice in this hot weather. Let me just pour the entire bottle on top of myself. Okay. Every opcode has built-in conditionals. Oh, like, what does that even mean? What does that even look like? Man, I guess we're actually just gonna be learning about ARM on today's stream, huh? A simplified overview of the CPU pipeline. Thank you for the pats, Cambridge. Alright, I think I've caught up now. Have I? There was a B patted, there was a nyan, there was another nyan. That's it! I've caught up. Okay, nice. Only took me half an hour. Fonts. Alright, how the hell did you do this again? I can't believe I'm finally only just now setting up a font. What is this? How do you do this again? Text editor. Font. Let me compare settings with this one. Settings. Text editor. Font. Copy! Oh, it is slightly smaller as well. 14 instead of 16. What the? That was weird. What else are we looking for? Font. Wait. Edit in settings.json? 1. There isn't even a font. Wait. Okay, let's just copy it then. Editor.mousewheel zoom true. Man, all these settings are like totally different. Like even what settings are available are like very different. Weird. Anyway, let's just do that. Workbench theme is different. Frankly, I actually prefer this theme. Anyway, that should be it. Does the font look correct now? Blah, 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 blah. It does. It's easier to read. Yay! Only valid font is GNU Unifont. It's unfortunately, it's not properly hinted though. Wait, am I thinking of the right thing? Hang on a second. Am I thinking of the right thing? Hold on. Font. Unifont. What am I looking at? Yeah, this is also not properly hinted. Look at this. Look at this. All these assumptions that people will use anti-aliasing and stuff. But what if you don't want stuff to look blurry? Anyway. So you have the normal stuff like mov and add, etc., and their condition is always execute, so they don't get any suffix. As opposed to say mov NE for not equal. Huh, so it's almost like you get conditions for free? Like the compare can happen like for free almost? It's the same opcode, just some bits different. There's also move if egg. Nice. Okay, I'm gonna quickly look up the datasheet for this. Give me one sec. ARM Cortex M0 plus datasheet. Oh, it's actually predicting what I was gonna type there towards the end. What the hell? Yeah, this one. Let me save that. Where are we gonna save it? Let's save it in the folder where I've put the datasheets. Yeah, there it goes. Let's have a look. Opening it up right now. Boop. So we get to the instruction SWI software interrupt, which you can execute if not equal. Swine! Swine! Gotta shout it as well, of course. Got up at 4 AM somehow and I'm here. Welcome, ABT! Hi! Hi! Sorry that you may not have had good sleep. I had really not great sleep last night as well. It was all over the place. Architecture ARM v6M. What am I looking up here? Oh hey, it's the NVIC thing, the nested vectored interrupt controller thing we saw trade splatter when we were looking at things. Nice. Okay, let's move on. Hi Kim Knight Coder, welcome. This is not the entire datasheet. What the fuck is this? Where's the actual reference thingy? What is this? Instruction set. I'm not looking for an advert. I've already bought the damn thing. I want to know how to use it. Okay, there's a website. Where's like a datasheet that I can download? I don't want to be looking at a website for this. What the fuck? PDF. Call me old-fashioned, but I'd rather have the thing on my computer than rely on an internet connection for every page. Technical reference manual R0P1. Technical reference manual? Is this it? There's R0P0. Why are they sounding like government forms? Is this it? But welcome, Chem Night Coder. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing alright. Are we seeing, like, instructions? Anywhere? Here we are. Nice. Why is it, like, off to one side? This hurts my head, but okay. Summary. Alright, this looks like what I might want. Possibly. I'm 3 plus n to the power c. What is this? What does nc mean? N is the number of elements in the list. Wait, that's for something else, right? What's NC? Well, what is the instruction that says NC? Multiple. Load multiple excluding base. Okay, so this is the number of somethings. What is C? Am I literally just about to search for C? Yes, I am. C. N is the number of elements. Oh, it's a footnote! Okay, I understand now. The way you're doing this, especially when you use E like this, 2E, my mathematical notation senses are tingling, and it's painful. It's like when my nose tingles from hay fever. I don't like it. Been watching Comic-Con stream. Interesting, I didn't know they were doing a stream. Don't foot my notes. Hold on, where's the actual thingy? Okay, I'm gonna download that. Rather than just do the not downloading. Instruction set, I'm calling it, even though it's not really... whatever. And the other one was R0P1. Oh, never mind, that's the web page again. Which looks basically like the PDF, except not right aligned and with inverted colors for some reason. And color. At all. It looks the same, question mark? R0P0. R0P0 degug. Where's degug? Let's see what degug is. This one has 112 pages. This one has 51 pages. What's the difference? Oh, general user guide is gug. I see. Device is gug, degug. I see. So technical reference manual is R0P0. This one doesn't have a name. This is already proving to be annoying, even trying to work out which PDF I need. Does this one mention? This one mentions... Just looking for like an instruction set table. Ah, here we are! This one's slightly less right justified. Well, no, it's still right justified, it's just that it's wider. I save this as well. Can I just save, please? Let's put that in here. So this is called General User Guide. General User Guide. This is probably something I should have prepared before stream, now think about it, huh? This was Technical Reference Guide? Is that what it's called? Manual. Almost. Manual. There we are. And it's crashed. There we are. You did some work on the Game Boy Advance and the Nintendo DS back in the day, which both have ARM. Interesting! I'm sure the Cortex will have some differences and nuance. General User Guide. That's apparently what I need. Maybe I shouldn't be looking at technical reference. Maybe I should be looking at general, this one. I'm not technical as far as these people are concerned, I guess. Data synchronization barrier. Oh god. There's entire context I need to learn about. Page 340. Does it actually explain it? DSP acts as a special data synchronization memory barrier. Instructions that come after it, in program order, do not execute until a DSP instruction completes. Wait, so like, it's just gonna execute stuff not in the order that you put it in normally? Or like some things execute in parallel with each other? Like if your instructions are like 1, 2, 3, then could 1 still be executing while 2 is executing if 2 doesn't depend on the outcome of 1? Is that what it's saying? And then DSP like ensures that everything actually finishes by the time it reaches it? Oh god. This is far more complicated than Avia. Pipelined. So that's what pipelining means. It looks like a memory barrier. It's needed for self-modifying code. Okay. Well, I'm not going to be doing any of that. Fuck it. Maybe I'm just not gonna look at the assembly at all. This is maybe I just don't care, and I'll just time how long it takes with the oscilloscope. Is Yuki unfamiliar with pipelining? Kinda. I watched some computer file videos by the person who made Godbolt Compiler Explorer. Godbolt. But yeah, it's just that's the entirety of my thingy, my knowledge, Boltma. Okay, so right now the code is this. This is literally the entire code of something that's running. Let me zoom in a bit. It actually is running right now. And if I turn on the oscilloscope and I probe pin GPIO 40, oh, hang on a second, I need that thing. Let me get rid of this. That's not meant to be loaded. Get rid of this as well. Also get rid of this. This music needs to calm down a bit, just a touch. Why do I have 2 VC faces loaded? What the fuck? My poor computer. TLDR, you break up an instruction into multiple steps, like fetch, decode, write, and you move the instruction to the next step so the next instruction can start on the previous step. That sounds very confusing. How can a next instruction start on the previous step? Matt, Godbolt, exactly. It's exactly. I realized that's exactly what I was saying. Did I hick? I have no memory of that. Did I ever finish showing this stuff? Yeah, I think I did. This is the current state things are in. Wait, I need to move things actually a little bit aside so that they are not quite there anymore. Okay, where the hell was I? Where was I? We got this, we got this, we got this, we got this. That's what I wanted. I already put all the pins into one easy to read file. So right, so right now the thing looks like this, right? So pin 20 here up at the top right, which is the top right, is bit 14 of port A. And so I use these two functions and I say, hey, in GPIO pin 14, I want you to be output and using the push-pull thingy mode. There's a small amount of reading I'm in. Oh no, it's pull up, pull down. Sorry, it's pull up, pull down. That's the push-pull. Never mind. No pull up or pull down resistors. And then push-pull, so it connects to, ground and VCC, so I assume what that means. Anyway, let me just go into a loop. And I'm right into the actual ports here. The registers here. This register is one where you... let me show this actually. This is really cool. When I eventually find it, because these datasheets I'm finding much harder to read than the AVR ones. Right, where were we? Datasheet, this one? Question mark? General user guide. Okay, where are we? Reference map. That's the one. Hold. We're gonna find this. BSRR. Okay. Nice. This music's still on the loud side. So there are these registers that you can use specifically to or turn on one bit in the register, or multiple bits at once, without affecting the value of the other ones. So, for example, on the Arduino, I'm just going to call it an Arduino because it's faster to say than AVR for me. You have 8-bit ports because it's an 8-bit CPU. And, mind you, this has 16-bit ports, even though it's a 32-bit CPU, so whatever. Anyway, if you want to turn on just one pin, you have to read the value of the port. Each bit in that value is a 1 if you're outputting a high level, or a 0 if you're outputting a low level. And if you just want to turn on one of those pins, then you want to like manipulate that one bit, and then you write that value back to the port, and that way you only adjust that one pin. But on this one, on the STM, there's kind of a nice thing where you have a register that you can write a 1 bit to any of these values, and it will only turn on that bit, and every other bit won't be modified. There's certain reset registers. Like the low 16 bits here, you write a 1 to any of these, and it turns on that bit. And you put 0 anywhere that you don't want to change. And on the upper half, if you put a 1 in any of these, then it will turn off that bit and not modify any others. I think that's really neat. That means you don't need to like actually read a value and then modify it and then write. It can all just be done in like one instruction. Anyway, I thought that was cool. Yay! It has to assume which way it will go on a branch. And if it turns out it guessed wrong, it has to flush the pipeline and go back. But over the past several decades, we got better at that guessing step. Does that mean that it's not going to be constant time? Like if I put, you know, some instructions and it goes around a loop, it's going to be slower the first time and then get faster on the later times? I kind of don't like that. When it starts guessing correctly. Sort of. Oh, that's awful! What the fuck? Something I really liked about microcontrollers was that they're like this really consistent, like, predictable, real-time thing, and an instruction took this number of cycles, and so you can do accurate timing stuff with it based on the instructions that you use. That's what general CPUs do. To learn about that, I see. I also don't know. And I don't think I will by the end of this stream, because I'm not about to start reading the entire datasheet on stream, but maybe I should, and then I would look like slightly less of an idiot. I'm not sure if that's possible or not. No, I have to wait for stage, blah, 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 blah. I see. Loops are like the first iteration might be long, the next 99 will be fast. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, if I probe on this pin... wait, I haven't turned on the oscilloscope here. What the hell? Boop! There it is. If I probe on that pin... Ta-da! We see things, which is very nice. And if we take a close look at that waveform, then we see this. And it's staying on for much less time than it's staying off, because, you know, it's having to branch back, I guess, is the reason why. So we turn on the bit, and then we immediately turn it off. And yeah, this is apparently running at just a little bit over 500 kilohertz, according to that green text at the bottom. Which also makes sense, because, well, does it make sense? I guess it, It's not that it makes sense, it's that we can infer something from it, which is... We know that, according to the datasheet, that this thingy runs at 2 megahertz when it's turned on. It has a bunch of different clocks and a bunch of different prescalers that you can use to get it running at different speeds. But by default, it's using one called the, I think it's called medium speed internal oscillator, which runs at 2 megahertz. Which, who knows, maybe that'll actually be fast enough and I won't need to change it. I don't actually know. But yeah, so if it's running at 2 megahertz, then, and we're getting 500 roughly kilohertz. Was it? I think it's like 2.1 megahertz. I think is technically what it runs at. So if it's running at like, if it's running at roughly 2 megahertz, and this thingy, this cycle is repeating at roughly 525,000 times a second by the look of it, then that's roughly 4 cycles. I guess we can work out what the actual speed is, can't we? It's like roughly 525 times 4. Which is, okay, that's exactly 2.1 megahertz. If I'd had a brain, I could have worked it out myself. Okay, so yeah, it looks like it's taking 4 cycles to repeat this over and over, which is really cool, which means that this is happening in 1 clock cycle, and this is also happening 1 cycle, and then it's just taking 2 clock cycles to branch back to here. Or jump back to here, I should say. Which is, very nice! Very nice indeed. Yeah. What I kind of want to learn how to do first, I think, is use timers. Because, I want this little pet long uke thingy that I'm making to be able to play speech, like happened on at the end of my previous stream. I finally got my modified code working on the Arduino, the one that plays the LPC10 encoded speech. And it'd be really cool to have that code ported over to the STM32 as well. And, I mean, like, it's just C code, right? The actual algorithm part will just work just fine on it, but it requires setting up some timers first so that things happen at the correct speeds. So, I need one timer that's going to run at 8 kilohertz, which is the sample rate of the audio. And that's actually the only thing I need for this. I might use another timer to make the entire thing free running eventually, but until, yeah, I can just do what the Arduino one currently does, which is it gets a timer running at 8 kilohertz, 8,000 times a second. It generates a new sample, if you like, a new position for the speaker to be at. Oh no, right, that's right. I do need to set up 2 timers. Okay, yes, right. The way that it sets up a timer is, sorry, the way that it outputs a certain speaker position is using pulse width modulation, and so there needs to be a timer that does the pulse width modulation as well. Although, I actually wonder, does this thing have a DAC built into it? Because if this thing had a DAC built into it, I don't think it does, but it has an ADC. Doesn't look like it has a DAC built into it. Okay, so we're going to use pulse width modulation, which is the same way as the Arduino does it. So basically we have something running at, I think it was like 62.5 kilohertz, way higher than 8 kilohertz, and that's doing the toggling the pin on and off really quickly to approximate a position between on and off. And then 8,000 times a second, we change that ratio of that on and off switching to approximate a different speaker position. And that's what happens. And then to move forward to the next bit of audio, we allow that thingy to keep on outputting samples until it's output 200 of them, and then we decode the next bit of audio and start outputting that for 200 milliseconds. But the way the Arduino code works is rather than counting the number of samples, it just sits in a delay until 25 milliseconds have passed, and then loads the next bit. So like the thing that's outputting samples is like a free running thing that's always happening in the background, and we just sit waiting for it to do a thing for a while. Okay, I guess what I want to do first is pulse width modulation then. I guess that's actually what I want to do. Also, hi. Did I say? Yeah, I did say hi, APG. I didn't realize that it was you who said, I guess Cortex M0 Plus isn't that advanced. I now realized, sorry. Okay, so I guess we want to do pulse width modulation first. So, on the Arduino, the way, or the AVR, the way that it does that is it sets a timer up to run at a certain frequency. And when the timer, what the timer can do is, basically what the timer does is it just counts from like 0 to 255 because they're 8-bit timers. Wait, I need to get rid of that. Be gone. And it sets up two interrupts actually. I think, or it might just automatically do the resetting. But essentially, it sets up one interrupt to happen somewhere along this line. Could be there, could be there, could be there. So basically, it's counting up and up and up and up and up, and then when it resets, it goes back down to there. And it sets up an interrupt to happen when it reaches somewhere. Like if we want, say, the signal to be like 75% on, it set up an interrupt somewhere around here, somewhere around 192. And then, basically, when it restarts to 0, specifically is this, when it overflows back to 0, it turns on the pin, and it starts counting up and up and up and up and up and up. And when it reaches this, there's another interrupt that fires to turn off the pin. So the pin ends up being on for all this time, and then off for this time. And I am assuming that that's something similar happens, like it's possible on the STM32, but I haven't looked into it yet. So I think it's time that we dive into seeing how the timers on the STM32 work. Because that'd be really neat to just, as a test, just like make a value that ramps up in like the pulse width just ramps up to be wide and narrow and wide and narrow and like that. I think that'd be pretty neat. Although right now we don't really have any good way to delay. I guess just using a bunch of no-ops would work for testing, but I remember seeing some example code that was I think it was just did like 60,000 no-ops in a row or something in order to have like a gap where you could just see a pin going on, off, on, off. L4 has a timer where you can directly output the timer comparison output. I think something like that was how the AVR did it, but I can't remember. Anyway, let's have a look. I'm using STM32L0, which is like the entry level end of the ultra low power ones. Alright, let's look in the table of contents actually. Let's not just search like an idiot. Let's actually look. Why can I not scroll? Why are my home and end keys? Okay, they are working now. That was weird. My home and end keys weren't making it go home and end. Alright, let's have a look. Memory protection interrupts. Memory interface management, a flash register, blah 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 blah, CRCs, firewall, okay, power control. I'll worry about that eventually, actually. I will definitely eventually be interested in power control. Clock sources. I'm just gonna keep it running at the 2 megahertz. Medium speed internal clock for now. Clock. Oh, this is real. Oh, wait, is this real time clock? Wait, what is RCC? What is RCC? RCC. Section 1.2 for a list of abbreviations used in register descriptions. What is RCC? Okay, what is RCC? RCC registers. Reset and clock control. Okay. Okay, that's not what I want right now. Hi default, welcome. Need general purpose timers. I do. I'm looking through for them. We've got the port stuff, system configuration controller, direct memory access. Direct memory access is something I've never like known anything about before, or experienced, if you like. It might be interesting to read a bit about that at some point. Analog to digital converter? That's not what I need. A digital analog would be very nice, but maybe not. Yes. General purpose timers. There we go. Nice. So it starts with timer 2 and 3. That sounds logical. Let me just have a look at this again. There's mentions about timers somewhere. Here we are. 8 timers, which is very weirdly measured. 1 16-bit, 2 16-bits, 1 16-bit, 1 1. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and that adds up to 8. I understand that there are 2 channels, but it's a bit of a stretch to call that 8 timers. Come on. Anyway, 16-bit with up to 4 channels. 2 16-bit with up to 2 channels. Wait, yeah. Hey!
Cheese.
Why? Hi, Chaos. Welcome, welcome. Ultra low power timer sounds very interesting as well. I don't think I'm going to care about using that for this application though. For the speech, while we're generating speech, because speech is oh, they do count the watchdogs as well. Oh no, naughty. Anyway, because I just got here. Well, I guess it's not that naughty because you can make the watchdog just fire an interrupt rather than make it reset, if I remember rightly. I mean, like, you can catch that interrupt and not have it reset everything. It can do something else, basically. So I guess you could use it like a timer. But the watchdog one, if I remember rightly, one's from a really inaccurate timer. So you wouldn't really want to use it for timing critical stuff.
Cheese.
Oh, it's actually me! Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the posture check, Chaos. I'm doing that right now. Okay, so 1 16-bit with up to 4 channels, 2 16-bit with up to 2 channels. Okay, so we've got ourselves 3 nice timers. They're all 16-bit as well. That's so... I gotta get used to the fact that 8-bit stuff is not, like, cheaper than 16-bit. That's gonna be like a really hard mental philosophy to get out of my head because I'm so used to dealing with 8-bit CPUs. I mean, the 8-bit CPU of the Arduino. Thank you for the pants. Thank you for the posture check. Oh, the hydration as well, which I just did. Oh my goodness, hold on. I fell down the rabbit hole of reading about this Cortex, and it turns out ARM v6M only supports the thumb instruction execute state. Thumb instruction execute state. I don't know what that means. So forget about what I said about every opcode having built-in conditions. Okay, no worries. Branches can still be conditional. Yeah. I'd hope that I can use if. What am I trying to use the timer for? For a start, I just want to implement PWM. And I want to do it like myself, even if there are libraries. I wanna get my hands slightly dirty. So, something like this sounds like we could... Well, okay, here's the thing. I only need PWM for a single channel. For a single pin, I should say. So, like, you know. The number of channels I'm not sure is going to be super useful here. I'm trying to think. So, basically, if you have 4 channels, that allows 4 points along this line that it can interrupt at, right? Like 1, 2, 3, and 4, for example. And it just counts along, and then this one will fire, and then this one, and then this one, and then this one, right? And then blah, 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 and then reset. Right? Something like that? So it would be really useful if you had, like, if you wanted to implement PWM on a bunch of pins, because all the pins could turn off here, and then, or turn on here, and then they turn off at different times to get different values. Different pulse width, same frequency. Yes. Yeah. Okay, okay. So, you know what? Maybe I'll want 2. Eventually, maybe I'll want 2. 1 for, like, dimming a backlight. I don't really... I kind of don't really want to make the backlight be used that much. The LCDs that I have do technically have a backlight, but obviously that uses far, far, far more current. You know, like, what is it, like 100 times or so, I think, more current. Well, I don't know, quite 100, but like maybe like, at least an order of magnitude more. Somewhere between 1 and 2 orders of magnitude more current than just the LCD itself. So, you know, if I'm trying to make the battery last, maybe I could just have it light up at the moment you press a button, then it just like dims down after a while. Not that we need a timer to dim it down. We can just like use a capacitor, I guess. My multimeter has a thing like that. You push the button to make the light come on, and then it just like dims down after a while. It's like a dedicated backlight button, and you can tell it's just a capacitor circuit and not like a microcontroller. Because if you tap it really fast, like boop, then like it just sort of goes woo. But if you hold it for like half a second, then it stays on for like several seconds and then dims down. Anyway, all this is to say that maybe I'll want to do like 2 channels of PWM sometime, but yeah, I don't know. Anyway, we got 2 of these and 1 with 4 channels, an ultra low power timer. I'm curious a little bit about the ultra low power timer. Let me read about these. So general purpose are 2 and 3, which I would assume, because they're grouped together, are these ones, the ones with 2 channels. That's just an assumption. Let's see, do we have other timers around here? TIM 2 and 3 registers. General purpose timers, TIM 21/22. Basic timers, 6 and 7. What the fuck? How do we jump from 1 and 2 to 7? Or 2 and 3 to 7? Literally 1, 2, skip a few. Low power timer. You know, I'm curious about reading the low power timer. I just want to see what makes it low power. Thanks to its diversity of clock sources, it's able to keep running in all power modes except for standby mode. Oh, which was the mode I wanted to run again? Was it technically standby or not? And I've already read about the modes, but I don't think I have on the stream. I need to find them again. 1 sec. Standby. Do we have a... There we are, that's what I wanted. I like that little table we looked at in the AVR datasheet for the different power saving modes. Sleep, low power sleep, stop, and standby. Standby can wake up from the RTC, which is really nice. The clock. It has a real-time clock built in, which the Arduino doesn't, so that's kind of cool. The numbering is consistent across the series, so for different STM32, timer 2 will always have the same or very similar features. I think I see. Oh no, I just realized. Hang on, this new chair has... this could be a problem. Hold on, I have to do a thing. Hold on. One sec. Is it on the other side as well? This new chair has like metal legs going out to the wheels. And if I'm dipping my feet in water to try to remain cool, I have to be really careful to not get water on the metal things, otherwise they're probably gonna rust, right? Anyway, my previous chair, they were plastic. Anyway, that has nothing to do with timers. What is my hand doing? Please. Okay, so where were we? So standby can wake up from the RTC. Wait, we need the memory to stay powered up though, right? Does it mention about that? Flash clock off, CPU clock off. Stop and standby turns off these. So I guess if the timer is running from these, then the timers are going to stop memory and stop and standby. but we can still wake up from the RTC, which is probably fine, right? So what I'm planning on using these states for, like the low power, the stop and the standby or whatever it is, sleep, I'm not sure what I'm going to be using, is because I want to, essentially I'm wanting this thing to run on battery for a long time. And a lot of the time, like a lot of the time, most of the time is going to be spent waiting for time to pass until it's time to draw the next frame. Essentially, it's only going to be drawing like maybe at 2 or 1 frames per second to the LCD. You can send to the LCD really quickly, and then it's just going to be waiting for time to pass. So I thought, instead of just keeping like everything running full blast, just burning through like no operations or something while we're waiting, why don't we just go into like a much low power state and say, hey, wake me up in half a second or even a second. And I figured that would save like a lot of power. So that's what I want to do. I think I remember reading something about the RTC. You do have like sub-second accuracy. There's like, you get hours, minutes, and seconds, and then I think you get like some calendar stuff as well. And then there is something that was like sub-second. I don't remember how deep it was. Like how low, what was the word? How precise it was? Accurate? I always confuse those two. Wake me up before you go. Wake me up before it's time to draw the next frame. Okay, so I don't know which flipping thing it's gonna be. I'm guessing I don't need to worry about it being a low power timer anyway. We're drawing, wait, what am I doing? I'm pressing the wrong thing. What am I trying to say? We're generating speech with this, which is not a low power thing. So let's just use one of the not low power timers. Basic timer 6 and 7. I wish you would tell me like what it is. We have basic timers, general purpose timers. What makes these basic? Consists of a 16-bit auto reload counter driven by a programmable prescaler. 16-bit thingy used to divide the counter clock by any factor. Cheese. Ah! Why? Why cheese? Song? Yeah, I know it's a song. The wake me up thingy. Hi Christopher, why cheese? The basic timers are basically only to trigger periodic events, not ready for PWM. Huh, so you can't set like a value that it counts up to. Interrupt on the update event, counter overflow. So there's only an interrupt when it overflows? Wait. What is the difference between event and interrupt? An event generates an interrupt, I guess? Yeah, it does look like it just only does that. Counting mode. Oh, I'll have a tiny read. Bedtime? Sleep well, Christopher. Welcome. I mean, sleep well. Why did I say welcome? What the fuck? I think it's because I was about to say hi to Bucky and my brain just merged the two things together. Hi, Bucky. Welcome. That's what I'm trying to say. Event equals something happens inside a timer. Can trigger an interrupt if the timer is convenient to do so. Okay. And thank you for the pants. Okay, counter starts from 0 to the auto reload value. Oh, wait. You can set. Huh. You can, it doesn't have to count up to 65535. It counts up to some value that you specify and then restarts from 0. Okay, so it's not going to be great for PWM then because we want it to keep on counting. So you just set like the top value and then restarts. And that update can be generated at each counter overflow. Counter overflow? So it's not auto reload, right? Or by setting the UG bit. Or by blah blah blah, something else. You can set the frequency, but no pulse width. I see, I see. Pad the brain. Thank you. The brain needs pads. Maybe maybe it'll help squish it into a better shape. Alright, let's go for one of the other timers. General purpose. Oh, I just saw a thing about PWM mode. Wait, PWM input mode? Not sure if that's what I want. I'm scrolling to the beginning of this section. It's a big section. It's a really big section. It's a really big section. Okay, there it is. Let's start again. Here we are. This isn't going to take me the entire stream to read. Does the PDF view have a chapter navigation thing? It does. It does. I'm just being a potato. Okay, I should probably use that then, huh? Okay, if I'm gonna want to be able to take this in, I'm gonna need to go to a different playlist. We're gonna go to this on silence. Not actual silence, just quieter. Sorry. The general purpose timers consists of a 16-bit auto reload counter driven by programmable presale and may be used for a variety of blah blah blah, including measuring the pulse lengths of input or generating output waveforms. Output component PWM, yay! Pulse lengths and waveform periods can be modulated from a few microseconds to several milliseconds. What actually is the rate of that? So it's 1/8000th of a second, which is 125 microseconds. Oh, sorry, that's not for the PWM, that's for the, that's how often we're reloading with choosing a new value for the PWM. PWM itself is going to be running at something like that. Hertz. So 16 microseconds. I hope they count 16 as a few. Hold on, I must for cabbage. There you go. Ah, thank you. I nyan all night. I don't actually. Okay, so 60-bit up, down, auto reload. Up to 4 independent channels for blah blah blah. 1 pulse mode synchronization to control the timer with external signals. I don't care about that. Interrupt DME generation on the following events: counter overflow or underflow, counter initialization, trigger event, output compare, input captures. Okay, so I guess what I want is the overflow. Actually, there might even be a way for it to automatically trigger some pins. I might not even need to set up my own interrupt for this. At least for the AVR. You can just set some special bits that say, hey, yeah, I want you to turn on this special dedicated pin when this timer does its thing. I don't need to make my own interrupt to do that. So then I keep the CPU free. Which is really nice. Anyway, let's have a look. Supports incremental, blah 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 blah. Trigger input for external clock. Or cycle current management, or what? Sounds interesting. You can now put it to the pin directly? Hell yeah! Holy crap, look at this. General purpose timer block diagram. ETR. Okay, what is ETR? Polarity, selection and edge detection and prescaler. Maybe the E has to do with edge. I love needing to just guess. External trigger. Okay. Okay, so we don't care about that then. Channel 1. Wait, why are these looking like inputs? TimX channel 1 goes out to TimX channel 1? And then it comes back into itself? What? I'm just gonna read this. I'm really not great at reading block diagrams, gaining any useful information from them. The main block is a 16-bit with its the main block is a 16-bit with its related auto reload register. The counter can count up, down, or both. Up and down. What? I swear, this datasheet, I've never had to reread as much as I have with this datasheet. Not just what I'm doing today, but yesterday as well. The counter can count up, down, or both up and down, but also down, or both up and down. What am I reading? It's so much harder to like read than the AVR one, I swear. The counter clock, this sounds like a YouTube poop, doesn't it? It sounds like I've cut up the video and I'm repeating bits. The counter clock can be divided by a prescaler. The counter... Okay, the counter, the auto reload register, and the prescaler register can be written or read by software. This is true? Wait a minute. The timer... timer knows... Oh, timer is... Because it knows where it isn't. The counter, the auto reload register, and the prescaler register can be written or read by software. The time base unit includes counter register, which I assume is like the current value, the prescale register, and the auto reload register. Auto reload register. I wonder what that is. I wonder if that's the value that it should restart at. The auto reload register is preloaded. Writing to or reading... Oh, this is actually kind of interesting. If we are able to get a fast enough clock rate for this, which we're not going to do for it to be worthwhile, but if we were, then we'd be able to do like 16-bit audio output. Anyway. Auto reload register is basically the period. Okay. The counter here is made of counting. Hi, Luna Dream! New microcontroller. Hell yeah! Which one you choose? It is... this. Boop. The auto reload register is preloaded. Writing to or reading from it accesses the preload register. Okay. The content of it are transferred into the shadow register permanently or at each update event. What is an update event? Is this just when it increments by one? Depending on the auto reload preload enable bit, and the update event is sent when the counter reaches the overflow. Oh, okay. The update event is sent when the counter reaches the overflow. Or underflow when down counting. And if the UDIS bit equals 0 in this... Wouldn't it be amazing if you could click these things to see what the fuck it's talking about? Instead you can't. Sorry. I've been spoiled by the AVR datasheets. Anyway. It can also be generated by software. The generation on the update event is described in detail for each configuration. Thank you for the pants. Thank you for the pants again. Hi kids. Welcome. Cheese. This is not a Chinese company datasheet.
Cheese.
Is it not? Why cheese? Why cheese? It really does feel like it's been translated from something. Not even Google Translate can handle it. What? Oh, right. You mean, I see. It's not literally in Chinese at the moment. Yeah, I will be using one that's been translated by it. Remember seeing transfer shift register missing an F? Shit register. Man, that poor register is trying its best. That poor register. That doesn't deserve being name called. That's really funny though. Oh hey, look, there's heat haze kicking in on my avatar. Look right around there where the ribbons are. You see that? That's because it's over 16 degrees. I mean, sorry, 32 degrees. Why did I say... Sorry, 30 degrees. Where the fuck? Oh, I wonder if my eyes caught this and started reading this number. Anyway, the counter is clocked by the prescaler output. Cock count, which is clearly what this is, which is enabled only when the counter enable bit is set. Refer also to the slave mode controller description to blah blah. Note the actual counter enable signal is set 1 clock cycle after censored. Counter enable. Prescaler description. Holy. ST cube? I'm using PlatformIO with the CM3, lib open CM3 for basically defining a load of registers. And then currently I'm also using it for this due to laziness. I kind of should also try setting up these registers myself. A lot of the time I'm going to be wanting to access registers myself though. STCube automates a lot of stuff. STCube is fucking confusing as hell and also requires an account. So I'm avoiding that. I gave it a shot and that's it. I'm sorry. Oh, I have a related image for that requiring an account thing. It was just, I found it today and I posted it in my thingy. Want to try this hot new game everyone's playing? Sure, how do I get started? First, you gotta make an account. I would rather die. Except in my case, it's I would rather use PlatformIO. Anyway. The prescaler can divide the counter clock frequency by any factor between 1 and blah blah blah. Okay, so I'm assuming somewhere we choose our input. Right? Where are the clocks coming from? Internal clock. Internal clock? It helps a lot to have not to have conflicting register configuration. I see. They can conflict? Oh hey! Wait a minute. Oh no, I already read this, never mind. I was like, wow, this looks useful. I've already read it. Is the weather cooling down where you are yet? Nope. Unfortunately not. Where I am is in my room and I have to have my window closed when I'm streaming because I don't want people to hear me screaming about cheese. Nuclear hardware? No, it's just the chip itself. Just the microcontroller itself on a little breakout board. It's messy because this is my first time attempting to solder something so small and doing drag soldering, but whatever, it works. And then it's sitting on this is its current state, there, with an Arduino for easy uploads. I made a little thing last night that does the uploading. You become puddle. Yep. Is that like the something become human? Detroit become human? Also. There you go. There's a Nyan. Where is the... If I'm willing to choose how... Clock prescaler. Okay, so where's the... I'm being clapped. Hi, welcome, Anacoded. Used to solder QFN by hand with normal soldering iron. I did... No, I didn't? Question mark? Hold on. Must give pats. This is an important thing to do. Pats. Pats for the Kim. Oh, you used to. You used to. I see. So you're this black mage, black magician because you do black magic. The dark arts and all that. Okay, well, where are we? Okay, there we are. No, it's actually not where we are. It's still not where we are. Is it? External clock. Okay, I don't want an external clock. Do I? External to what, though? External to the entire chip I don't want. External trigger input is also not what I want. How do I... Like, where's the... Can you not have input from, like... the medium speed internal thingy? I'm looking for a block diagram that shows where the cook thing comes from. Where does the timer clock come from? Clock. Okay, but where does it come from? It's a pain. Now I can't solve it anymore because my hands shake too much. Oh, a glass of wine. Really? Would that help? Thank you. Thank you for the follow, Crap God Man. Welcome, welcome. Hi, hi. Do the chips have built-in low power 3D68? I think it does. I think. Clock sources. Clock management or clock sources? Clock sources. So here we are. Does this mention the timers? Oh, it does! Okay. This is where the clock timers are. So that's a low power timer, I assume that means. Okay, so currently it's running on the medium speed internal at 2 megahertz. I don't know why this entire thing is within a dotted line saying 1 megahertz. That's a bit weird. Especially since this is 16 megahertz. I also don't know what add v33, add v18 meaning. I mean, I'm guessing it's like 3.3 volts and 1.8 volts, but like, why is it saying add v33, add v18 around this? Timing 1 megahertz. Timing 1 megahertz. The diagram you're looking for is on page 171 in the RCC chapter. Must be this one. Oh, I'm way ahead. Thank you. Oh, hey, it's the same diagram. It's the same diagram as I was reading on this datasheet. Thank you, though. No, it's a different datasheet. It's kind of funny. It's not funny in the slightest, but actually, I don't know why I said that. Tim X Cluck. Tim X Cluck. Tim X. Peripheral clock enable. Holy, what am I reading, man? Okay. How would we get it to run off the MSI? The medium speed internal clock. So it's gonna go through here. Branch off down here. Into this prescaler. Which can be at /1. Okay, so it could still be 2 megahertz when it reaches this point. And then come through here. Where it's divided by 8. No matter what. And becomes this timer clock. Or it comes down here. I mean, and I guess, but or maybe this is the point of interest. It comes down here. Can be divided by 1, so not changed. Why is my sound dying? And then come through this thingy. Where it becomes Tim X. Is Tim X Cluck or Tim X what we want, actually? What I was seeing mentioned all the time was like something else. Something CE Cluck or something. The CK? I don't know what it was. Gone too far. Yeah, I don't really understand this at all. How is an input and output both the same thing? It's like outputting into itself. So like a timer can trigger itself? Is that what that's saying? I'm so confused by this. The diagram on page 171 shows how Tim X Cluck is generated. It just doesn't call it that. The diagram on page 171 shows how Tim X Cluck is generated. It does call it Tim X Cluck here, yeah. Not to be confused with Tim X Cook. But then I don't see Tim X Cluck on here. Like anywhere, in fact. It's like, where's the source? Source address. Oh, we're in a different section now. Internal clock source, ckint. If the slave mode controller is disabled, I'm not sure what that is, then clock enable something in here, and UG bits are actual control bits. As soon as the clock enable bit is written to 1, the prescaler is clocked by the internal clock ck. Okay, what is the internal clock ckint? What is this, man? What the fuck is ckint? Top of figure 77. Figure 77. Is this 77? Why is it not scrolling? Figure 2. Figure 77. There isn't one on here. Figure 77. Here we are. That's 79. What the fuck? Did I click the right thing? 77. Okay. I wish I could help you, but I'm working right now. No worries. There's Tim X Cluck from RCC. From RCC. From RCC. From RCC. RCC. Okay, no, that is RCC. Oh, there. Hang on, I have to be quiet. I have to go into quiet mode. One sec. Changing all my noise gatey stuff because now you can hear my thing. Oscilloscope. I'm gonna be honest, we can probably turn that off. We're probably not gonna be needing it on this stream anymore. Just adjusting things. Okay, there we go. Dotted area of voltage region, not clock. Dotted region of voltage area, not clock. I'm not sure what you mean. Tim X click from RCC. Internal clock. Oh! That becomes cookint! Okay. Ah! Okay, why couldn't they just decide on one name? Why do they have to name it two things? It's like a road has this name, and then the road just changes name halfway along this arrow. Anyway. Thank you very much. Wait, where was I? Here we are. Okay, so Tim X Cluck is where we want to get it to. That's our destination. Okay, so MSI then comes in here and comes down to here. So AHB Presc, the prescaler, is what we want first, I guess. Well, I mean, this little muxing thing is what we want access to, but it doesn't tell you what it's called, so you know. We can't do anything with it then. But let's see. If it is like the MCIUs, there's like groups of clock that specific features are connected. You can change each group clock, but it will affect features, all timers. Okay. Tim X clock is what we want. AHB prescaler. Okay, so if this is coming in at 2 megahertz, then 2 megahertz. No, I'm just closing some stuff. Oh my god! Hi! Welcome! Welcome in, Meteora! Hi! How are you doing? Thank you very much for the raid. I'm thoroughly confused right now. I'm very sorry. Thank you for the follow, Victor, as well. I've also just had to go into quiet mode, like, right now, because the time has just gone 10 PM, and people are going to be trying to sleep. But thank you very much for the raid, and thank you very much for the follow, Zygmunt Freud, as well. Hi. Thank you for the pants G as well. Anyway, welcome. What are you on to? Welcome in, Pombo Mandak, Thunder Nugget, the Terrible. Oi mates, let's give Yukiev some love. Rate her channel and share the magic of ink. The magic of ink. Hashtag raid Yukiex? Wait, what? What are you up to? What are you up to? What's going on here? Let's find out if Shoutout wants to work today. It does. Nice. Pat. Evil AI VTubers karaoke time. How did it go? Hold on, I should hold it like this. Wait, I can't break my hand. There we are. Okay. I was trying to get the keyboard up right. Did it work? Was it fun? She sang country songs and the deer song. The deer song? Shika no kono kono shi. That one? Shika no kono kono kokoshitantan. Wrong stream though. Yes? Nice. Streamed 3 days ago. Okay, yeah, I guess the VOD isn't published. So it's pulled the previous VOD and took that title. Nice. That's so cute. There you go. People keep voting for that deer song to be annoying. Man. Anyway, hello. Hi, welcome. You've joined a stream where I am starting to try to learn how to use a brand new microcontroller that I have bought in order to eventually use it in like a little pet thing that's kind of like a Tamagotchi style thing but legally distinct, and it's gonna be like a little pet long uke. What is a long uke, you might ask? It's this little creature. Look at her sliding across. Ignore those. Look in the Twitch chat. It looks better over there. There you go. Now she's in motion. She's broken as she's floating across. She can't catch a break. Anyway, so yeah, it's like a tiny little thing that's gonna be her brain. It looks like this. This specifically. This is all just like life support. This is just my clutter from a previous thing that is not relevant at all anymore. This is also clutter up here. Ignore all the clutter, okay? And here's some more bagged brains that I haven't taken out yet. Anyway, I'm currently having my head hurt. I'm trying to make sense of some stuff in the datasheet. Anyway, yeah, hi, I guess I should introduce myself. I'm a weird cat. There we are, done. I don't know how to introduce myself. But yeah. I understand if you need to take care of yourself. In fact, I insist that you do take care of yourself. Hydrate, eat, do whatever you need to do after stream. Please. Immediately. Right now. So I'm trying to work out how to get timers running, basically. Which are like a little thing that's part of the hardware, so it doesn't like use up CPU time, and it just like every CPU cycle, except not really CPU cycle. That's the entire what this entire diagram is. But at some kind of regular interval, it adds 1. I literally just closed the Microsoft Paint that I drew on earlier to explain this, or explain what I think it is. It just ticks up and up and up and up and up. This is 0, and this is actually not 255 because this is 16-bit. It's like 65,535, and it just keeps timing up and up and up and up. And when it reaches some value that you set, like there, bam! This now triggers some code to run, and then when it's done, it continues running whatever code is running before. And at the end, it resets, or at some other value. You could reset here if you wanted to. And when it resets, it can also go BAM and fire some other code if you want. And I'm going to make it so that when it's here, it turns on a pin, and when it's here, it turns off a pin. And then in that way, we can have like pulse width modulation, which is like a way of faking a value that's not quite on and not quite off by just toggling it on and off really quickly. Hello and welcome to the #1 cheese stream on Twitch, hosted by a weird cat. I'm not a cheese streamer! Ah! Sorry. Thank you though. She's very majestic. She tries her best. We have a redeem Ask Long Uke is disabled right now though, but sometimes I have it enabled. It comes with a bunch of overhead for me to enable, so like I don't do it a lot, and it's not finished yet. I want the speech bubble to appear on the screen sometimes, but cheese. I guess I could demonstrate it quickly. Should I demonstrate it? Let's demonstrate it quickly. Let me take this off the screen for a moment. Let's demonstrate it. I have to get a thing running. You're just from an AI VTuber as well, so this is an AI little thingy as well if you like, but it's completely locally running, which means we have to wait for this to start up and start eating up my video memory. Let's watch that happen in real time. Up it goes. Did I try to build my own IC? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. This is me trying to use someone else's. Okay, I think it's ready. Let me just enable the redeem. Hold. Please hold. Alright, with any luck, it might just work now. Let me demonstrate it. By the way, her TTS is really bad. This is also running locally, and I need to train that better, I think. You know, so often I think of things that I could use on the Ask Long Uke redeem. When I'm actually trying to use it, I can never think of anything. Gives the Long Uke a microcontroller. I'm sure she'll understand exactly what this means.
Gives the Long Uke a microcontroller.
What is this thing? Tries to play with a microcontroller, but it doesn't understand what it's...
Oh no, she just started role playing with the speech. Never mind. She's not supposed to do the role play like that. Oh well, there you go. Tries to play with it but doesn't understand what it is. Amazing. She literally just read out her own actions. Oh well. Amazing. What a fantastic demonstration that was. Gives the Long Uke some water because it's super hot.
Gives the Long Uke some water.
Thank you. Water yummy.
Okay, nice. There you go. There's a bunch of different animations that can be triggered by, like, emotions of the response as well. I think there are 6 different ones. Can't remember actually. I think it's 6. Might be 7 including the default one. I can't remember. Anyway, man, I wish I could remember. I wish I could remember some things that I wanted to ask her. Oh well. Okay, so we have a clock here. This is 2 megahertz and it's coming down here. So I need to be able to access this, but it doesn't tell me what this is called. Unless this is clock source control. I can't really tell. Maybe it is? Maybe it is. Maybe it's this. Maybe this is like a label or something. I don't know. Clock source control. Clock source control. This goes out to... Oh, okay, this actually affects the UART as well. Oh, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. That's separate. That's separate. Timer, H click, F click. What is F click and H click? What is F click and H click? Let's find out what F click and H click are. F click. Can't even find it. Let's turn that off. Nope. What about H click? Internal AHB clock frequency. What? Flash memory access time is adjusted depending on FH clock. Oh, that sounds very worrying. I'm not sure I want to modify that. Is it going to be able to read from its flash memory if I mess with this? What the hell? Ah! Man. Very concern, big concern. So maybe I should not modify this at all. Maybe I should just modify this. I should probably just modify this. This one looks like it affects only the whatever APB1 is, but also this timer. Okay, what is pclock1 and APB1, I guess? APB1. Yep, okay, what is it? The peripherals. When the peripherals are enabled, APB1. Ah! So this is all of the stuff that is affected by APB1, I guess? This is all horribly changing one thing and it affects everything else, isn't it? Why do I want to modify the timer clock? Well, I want to know what speed it's even running at first. Like, this actually needs to be a precise speed, so I need to know what clock speed is going into it. And then I'll know what to prescale it by and what the counts should be.
Plastic cheese.
Ah! White cheese. Hi, Ezreal. Also, welcome in, Crab. Godman. APB is a bus used for communication with peripherals. I see. It looks like... Oh, APB2 affects SPI as well. Is it not possible to, like... Wait, was there more stuff you can do inside? Is there another... Is it not a prescaler just for the timer? Oh, there is a prescaler here, actually. Maybe this is the one I should be using? AMBA. Hi, Collaborus. AMBAAPB is the internal bus inside the ARM cores. This... Oh my goodness, this sounds confusing. The prescaler is this... Okay, there is a prescaler inside the timer. Okay. So I just don't know what speed is going to be current. Like, what is Tim X Cook, or Tim X Cook as I'm going to call it from now on, aka Cookint? What is that even running at? I mean, I guess we can find out. I guess we can find out. Just make a timer run and measure it with the oscilloscope. Okay. The ternary operator. I like it. Sometimes. I mean, it's just like an inline if thingy. Like I sometimes, back in the VB days, would have used IIF, which stands for inline if, which is basically similar to that, except unfortunately didn't it like execute both things? I can't remember. Anyway, whatever, this is completely irrelevant. That's fine, you don't need to use it if you don't want to, Collaborus. I try to avoid using anything of C++ as much as possible. Because I prefer just the C-ness. The plain C. But anyway, let's exit this now because I don't think anyone's gonna be asking long. You're gonna want to free up some memory. Boop. And just like that, a quarter of my memory became freed. Video memory, at least. In this default setup, I think all the clocks are 2 Hz. 2 Hz? Huh? My CPU is running at 2 hertz? Oh, megahertz, okay. I was gonna say. Yeah, it is running at 2.1 by default. We need more embedded streams on Twitch. Well, I'm sorry, this is my very first one using an STM32, so this might be painful to watch. But thank you very much for the follow. Okay, so we want to modify... So if I want timer 1 to run, the clock... Reset, enable, up, down, slave, controller mode. What is a slave in this context? So there's like a master prescaler by the look of it? Oh no, wait. Wait, what am I looking at, man? Prescaler? Plus minus count, which is a counter. Why are there then prescalers for the... What? I basically, essentially, okay, I'm taking a screenshot. Essentially, I don't understand any of this section here. If this section could be gone, I'd have a much better idea of it. If this were just like, goodbye, like I don't understand how the timer can have the timer as an input to itself. Is that actually like, huh? If I was just looking at the rest of this, then I understand how, you know, you can add 1 to the counter and then it tests for these different ones and stuff. And there's one prescaler that's used for all of, well, this is just one timer, isn't it, with the 4. Oh, so this is the 16-bit timer with the 4 channels. I just deduced. Oh, finally. Input capture. Who knows? Maybe it has the word input. Who knows? I don't know. This datasheet is a fucking pain to read compared to the AVR ones. Anyway, I'm gonna keep on saying that every single time. Alright, so this is Tim2/Tim3. Tim2/Tim3. General purpose timer block diagram. I thought this only had 1 timer, which has 4 channels. This says it only has 1 timer with 4 channels. So how is there... Which one is this? And because it says 2/3, I assumed that was like... these 2, right? I assumed if you're grouping 2 together, it's probably these 2. Question mark? I wish it would just say this is Tim X 1, 2, 3, 4. So maybe this is just like the same for the one with 4 and the ones with 2, and if it's the ones with 2 you just ignore the bottom half of this, the 3 and 4 part, and just pay attention to the 1 and 2 part? Is that what it's saying? I wonder. Reference manual, page 53, will show you the clock domain on the right, and then you can find the various perifs on that domain. Reference manual, page 53. Will show you... This one? No, it's memory map. This one? Clock domain on the right. Not seeing anything, I'm afraid. Do you mean this? Oh, it's not there anymore. Do you mean... something? Somewhere? This? Okay, I still don't know where to begin. This is all got me nowhere so far. Like, if this were on AVR, I'd want to set it into like CTC mode. So maybe I look for that first. Output compare. TIMX_CNT. Can we go there? Imagine if they added links so you could actually go to the thing. Here it is. No, it was. Well, let's just say 1, I guess. It says X. It doesn't say what X is a value between. So let's just type 1 and see what happens. I'm guessing I might need to like enable a thing. Why am I not in caps? Is there like a timer or something? Oh, there is! Okay, there is no such thing as timer 1. Let's try timer 2. Why is this... I'm so confused. Why is this in caps and this one is not in caps? Can this not do that? Nice. Okay. In that case... TIM2... Is that a thing that exists? Underscore base. Okay, that is... It should be CNT. What do we have to do? How does this work, man? Maybe it's about time I load the CM3 something. I have to remember where I saved them. Boop. Boop. TIM2. Let me just zoom in for people. Oh, this page does not handle being zoomed in very well. Okay. It does, just not when the menu is open. TIM2 underscore. What are we looking for? CMT. TIM2 underscore CMT. Oh wait, I probably haven't included the thingy, that's why. STM32 timer? That might help. TIM2 on there we are! Now it knows what I'm talking about. Okay, so let's see. Wait, 15 to 0 is only the low? Wait, low counter value. I thought this was a 16-bit timer in the first place. Low counter value? What do you mean by that? Yeah, I tried doing that at the beginning, but it didn't show anything, so I just started doing that. TIM2 base is probably address. It is, yes. Is it plus 0x24? Is it? Yeah, I guess I could have done that. I could have done like plus 0x24 and then like got the value there, right? Or then set it or something like that. Would that have... Does that compile? Can you tell me something? Operand of this must be a pointer, but as typed unsigned int. What if I tell you the pointers are just integers? Void star before. Void star? Really? Oh, I guess I could also just do uint16t star this. That is would work. Expression must be a modifiable L value. Oh, hang on a second. We're treating this as a pointer, so then we want to dereference that. There we are. What a mess. But it works. Dereference it, so start up most of... Yeah. I worked it out in the end. It'd be nice if I didn't have to, right? But I do also kind of like the low levelness of it. But also it's a mess and we don't need to do that because there are other things already defined. I mean, if I were to need to do this, what I essentially would do is just hash define something called tim2 count myself. And then it would basically be this. Out of interest, how do they define Tim2 underscore cunt? Tim underscore cunt Tim2. Oh, that's interesting. So the timer base plus this. What is MMIO32? Is this just a way of... Look! It's literally the same fucking thing! It's literally the same thing! They treat it as a pointer, and then they dereference it. It's the same thing. Nice. Okay. Shouldn't the pointer be volatile? Otherwise optimizer could mess things up. I don't know if that was declared as volatile. Oh, it is declared volatile. Okay, never mind. Interesting. I didn't think about that. Right, having to fight the compiler all the time. What data type is value 3? Well, a 16-bit if you're like doing this, right? They'll get converted to a 16-bit, right? It says int. I don't know what int is in this case. I would assume... I don't know. I don't know. What is an int? What the fuck is an int, actually? On this microcontroller. It's a 32-bit CPU. I'm used to an integer on a 32-bit thing being 16-bit. And a long being 32-bit. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Unsigned short is that. Okay. So 32-bit is... long. Okay, so 32-bit is long. And the 16-bit is a short. So what's an int? What's an int? Why are the names of things in C so stupid? Pretty sure it's 32, but if you need to worry about that, be explicit about how many bits you need. Yeah, I always use like explicit names because otherwise it's just silly in my opinion. When I'm doing microcontroller stuff, I mean, if it's in C#, I don't worry about it because, you know, it's in C# already. Timer count. Okay, prescaler. The counter clock frequency is equal to the frequency of the clock. Okay, what does this mean? The counter clock frequency, this, I assume this means like it becomes equal to this divided by PSC 15 to 0. In other words, PSC plus 1. Oh wow, you can just divide it by like any integer value? Except for 0, of course. That'd be funny if you could divide it by 0. That's... wow, I've never seen that before. On the AVI, you have to choose from like a list of just a few devices. Like, I think it's something like... I think it's like 1 and then 2 and then 8. I'm pretty sure it skips 4 because it's annoyed me in the past. And then it's like something up to 256, and there's not many different values. I know it goes above that actually. Simple frequency divider and probably form of additional hidden counter inside. Interesting. Also, hi Linted. ILP32. I don't know what that means. I don't even know what the data model means. I thought that an int was at minimum 16 bits, but on normal computers was 32 bits. I don't know. Alright, what are we doing? The counter. Okay, this is what's going to be incrementing by itself, so I don't really care what it starts as, to be honest. Prescaler. Sure, let's have this running at like I don't know, tim2 underscore PSC equals, let's divide it by 4, which means I put a 3 there, right? Because it's plus 1. Timer to prescaler divided by 4, and then auto reload register. low auto reload value. So the value to be loaded in the actual auto reload. Wait, what? this part confused me. The value to be loaded in the actual one. So basically, once it overflows, I assume this value gets written back to it. They're going into some detail about this not being the actual thing, but I'm just gonna manually set these, even though they're probably 0 by default. Auto reload register equals 0. Auto reload value 0. Embedded is such a great place to write truly cursed code. Check the reset value, it tells you what it is. Check the reset value. Check the reset value. I'm not sure what you mean, check the reset value. Search the entire datasheet for reset value? Capture/compare register. CC1. Channel CC1 is configured as output. So a timer is a CC meaning chimer channel? Chimer channel. Beginning of each register description. Oh! Oh, so this is the value that it takes on when at power on or reset. Oh, capture/compare. Okay. So, what does this actually mean? The value to be loaded in the auto reload register. Wait, so why is it normally like... Wait, why is this a 32-bit number? It's a 16-bit timer. Why are we reloading a 32-bit value into a 16-bit timer? Can only count up to 64525. Confused. It says it's 16-bit, but it's showing a default 32-bit value. Am I confused? Am I mistaken? Like a 16-bit value should be 4 hex digits. I guess I just copied the dog from the 32-bit timer. Fucking hell. Okay, we have to deal with datasheet errors. I need my beauty sleep. Good luck with the hackage. Thank you. Sleep well. Is that when the counter reaches the end? That's what I would have guessed, but because it's like it's all Fs rather than 0, right? But let's click this. The auto reload register is preloaded. Writing to or reading from the auto reload register accesses the preload register. The content of the preload register are transferred into the shadow register. This is when my brain turns off a bit. The update event is sent when the counter reaches the overflow. Or at each update event. So update event was overflow, right? Update event was overflow. So this value will get loaded into the register when it overflows. Huh? Wouldn't just reloading 65535 maximum number into the register and just make it keep on overflowing immediately, and then it reloads and overflows immediately, and then reloads and then overflows immediately? If you write to Tim2 ARR, it doesn't apply immediately. It gets applied after the next update. Oh, so you have to let the timer do something you don't want first, and then... Okay, interesting. Okay, well I have no idea why that's all Fs, but I'll keep it as what it is currently, I guess. So I'll put a note there. Don't actually do this because default is for some reason like 4 billion, even though that's far too high, but let's pretend it's 645. No idea. Very confusing. I need to drink. Leave ARR as period register. Ignore the docs.
Cheese.
Thanks for the hydration. Let me just hydrate again. Do I need to save the kidneys? Yeah, I think I do. I think I should. I will try to save the kidneys. Yes, thank you. I was supposed to check. Wait. Thank you for the pats. I am now going to save the kidneys. I'll be right back. Which means go to the toilet for anybody who's not weird like me. Yeah, everybody else please use this as an opportunity to drink and, you know, pay attention to your body and stuff. I'll only be like a minute or two, but let's just see if Twitch is threatening me with ads anytime soon. It's not! Okay, never mind then, I won't run the ads now. Alright, I'll be right back! Pew. Wait, why did my reverb not come on? Hello? Hello? Pew. That's better. Hello. I return. From the void. Wait, not quite yet. I'm back. Hi. yan. Oops. Fiddles with Mike. Don't know if Mike wants to be fiddled with. I'm hearing a weird noise. What am I hearing? Oh! It was this fan I have on making like a rattling noise. I thought it was like a distant helicopter going. But there's the fan. Interesting. Alright, what the hell am I doing? Next. What I would use to open portal to hell? Yeah, this is not an enjoyable experience. Anyway, okay. Capture/compare. If CC1 is configured as output, which is the only thing I'm ever gonna do. CCR1 is the value to be loaded in the actual compare /capture/compare one I can read register. It is loaded permanently if the preload feature is not selected. Man, the sound of the scope when I'm talking is slightly annoying in the background, but I'm gonna keep it on because otherwise if I turn it off now and I want it on later, it does a loud beep when it turns on, even though I have beep turned off, which is extremely annoying. And if it wasn't such an expensive thing, I would just open it and physically cut off the beeper, but I don't avoid a warranty. Anyway, what am I doing? It is loaded permanently if the preload feature is not selected and blah blah blah. Else the preload value is copied in the active compare one register when an update blah. Okay, this is like such fucking. This is so like. Okay, this is like the part that I really don't care about, I guess. Okay, this is the part I care about. The active compare register contains the value to be compared to the counter and signaled on the OC1 output. Okay, alright. So if we want something that's gonna like be on most of the time and off, or yeah, let's say on most of the time and then off, we want this value to be quite close to 6553. Hang on a second. I'm gonna read a bit more of this first, because I'm not entirely sure what the timer is even doing. Like, what is this behavior of this timer even? Like, if I want this, like, I'm guessing it's resetting to 0. Only when it overflows. I'm guessing I could manually make it reset to 0 by setting the count value to 0 in the compare interrupt. But I feel like there's probably a bunch of settings that are like really important that just haven't been mentioned yet. Like I might be looking at them right this very second. Okay, I don't care about DMA, I think. Timer 2 option register. Wait, when did we start talking about timer 2 specifically? Okay, here I guess. Internal trigger connected to something channel 4 remap blah blah blah. This bit is set and cleared by software. Okay, I don't think so this is like, we don't care about any of this, right? ETR remap. What does that even mean? Input is connected to blah. Ah, almost what I want. Oh wait, this is ETR, never mind. What is ETR input? ETR. ETR. Let the wild goose chase begin! Is it external trigger? Thank you for pants. I haven't actually found an answer yet. Oh, there we are! External trigger input. Okay, now we just have to go back like 20 stages. Oh, never mind. Oh, there it is. Timer 3 options. Timer 3. Thank you, Spray. Hi, Spray, by the way. Timer 3 remapping on PC9. This bit is set and cleared by software. Wait, this is how we get the timers to actually output automatically on the pins, right? Remapping on PC9, remap on PBE5. This bit is set and cleared by software. 3CH4 selected, 3CH2 selected. Okay, what, so timer 2 can't appear on a pin? Is that what it's saying? I'm gonna have a look at my text file. Timer 2. Channel 1. Timer 2, channel 2. Timer 2, 1. Timer 2, 2. Yeah, you certainly can have timer 2 outputting on a pin. How do we do that, I wonder? PA0, pin 6. That's what it would be, I guess. Making a timer signal on a GPIO pin is mostly done through GPIO configuration. Huh. Okay. Okay. Is there explanation somewhere about this? Oh look, there's some code. Select TIM2_CH1 on PA0, which is this. By enabling AF2, is that the alternative function thingy for pin 0? In GPIO AAFRL. This sounds like a comment, like a parody. Rook app 1 enter equals rook app 1 enter tim2. They got the exact thing I want. Is it? Enable the peripheral clock of timer 2. Peripheral clock. I don't know what that is. Enable the peripheral clock. Oh, right, sorry. Yes, never mind. This is what makes timer 2 run, and this is what makes... Yeah, never mind. Alternate function mode. Oh, that is what it stands for. 1, 0, or is that 10? I don't know. Is this decimal or binary? On GPIO pin 0. Select. Okay. Alright. GPIO mode R and AFR 0 equals 0x2. What are these magic numbers, man? Let's see. Where are we? AFR 0. GPIO AFR high and low. Okay. So I guess that's 0 and 1. It will be the high and low. They're just using a different library. So we need to find the register called GPIOX_FR, I guess. Here it is. H and L. Okay. Oh, we're almost there. Did you like my joke? That was a great joke, right? Almost there. Okay. Alternate function high register GPIO. Anything? AFRH. A to E and H. AF cell 15, 3, 0, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8. Okay. And where's the low one above it? Yes. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay. So there are 4 bits for each GPIO thing. And these are setting which function is used. How do I find out what those mean? Alternate function question mark? This is what I just read, right? Yeah. Using the alternate function channel given in alternate function mapping table in the datasheet. Is this a datasheet or is this a datasheet? I've given them these names, but I'm not sure if that's alternate function mapping. I'm just gonna search for that. Alternate function, alternate function, alternate function, function, alternate function, alternate function. I feel like I'm one of those videos where it's just like a, whatever, what's it called? Like a supercut or something? Of like one of these tech conferences where someone's just saying AI, 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 AI. And they're just cutting like every time that someone, the presenter, the speaker says the word AI in their talk. Yeah, I just lost what I wanted. What am I doing, man? There we are. Alternate functions, 45. There we are! Port A. Are there also guides? I don't know. I never thought to look for one. It's incredibly difficult to find any information regarding this, in my opinion. Okay, so this would be the port. Which one was it? A0. PA0. So it'd be this one. AF2, which is timer 2, channel 1. Okay. I get it. I get it. I get it. So this is in which was it? AFR again. So this was for AF cell 0. Okay, so this is port A. You know what? I'm gonna write a function for this, or possibly just a macro. Set port. Oh, it's kind of annoying actually. Set port A. There's probably already a function to do that actually, isn't there? GPIO underscore set mode setup. Output options. Ah, there it is. The port, which I guess is GPIOA. But what's the point if I'm using a func? No, that's not me doing it then. It's not me doing it. I want to do it myself. Set port A underscore AF. And we're gonna have pin and AF num. For him to understand this, I want to be able to do it myself. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So wait, how do we make it not have a function? Do you have to explicitly set it to one of these dashes? Or do they already have these functions by default, I wonder? Or do you have to do something to enable the alternate function? I might have missed that part. Okay. So essentially, this is going to if pin. This is maybe not the best thing to have in a macro actually. Now I realize that I'm going to have to have an if statement. But if pin is less than, or you could do 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, then we're going to modify pin to, sorry, GPIO a alternate function register low. We're gonna have to get its current value and then modify it, aren't we? It's gonna have to become whatever it currently is. Oh, this is gonna be annoying, isn't it? Let's just mask out. Oh, this is actually gonna be a huge pain in the rectum. I'm realizing. We just set the mode to alternate function, then set the function you want. Okay. So the masking value is F, right? 0x F. And what's the layout again? The layout is 0 on the far right. Okay, so it's just gonna be 0x shifted left by the pin number times 4. Hi, welcome. Hi, NPC. Hi. How are you doing? Welcome. Yuking into your stream. Oh my god. We glitching into your stream. Hi. Welcome NPC. Welcome, Great Kingzilla. And bad news. Hi, welcome. Raiders raid. Let me snatch your stuff. No, not my stuff. No, I need that young juice. Don't take it. Ah! Damn it. You took it. Now they raided. I'm driving home from work. Okay, good. Don't be typing while you're driving. Thank you. Also, welcome. Let me shout you out. What are you up to? Oh, it looks like redeems are broken. Are redeems broken? I think redeems are broken, right? Are they broken? Let me test. They're not broken. So follows are just broken. Or I completely didn't see the follow from Watchu. Thank you for the follow, Watchu. 17 minutes ago. Anyway, NPC, what are you up to? Let's find out. Archipelago. Shit, you actually got in there before I got in there. Retro. 9 hours 40? Sheesh. Have a rest, please. Archipelago with sugar glass was taken. Aww. That's pretty nice to add. Was taken if the name was taken. Pokemon Emerald Randomizer. What did that say? Randomizer? But it's linked to other people's games. Oh! I remember someone talking about this recently. Yes, I remember that. There's like a way to get it linked to Lethal Company even somehow, so that when someone like were to find something in like a Pokemon game, some item would appear in Lethal Company or something. There's like, it's this system for like enabling multiplayer between random ass games. It's such a bizarre concept. It's interesting, like it's fascinating. They must have to have be doing some really interesting memory manipulation and stuff, but yeah. Normally you stream 4 hours, my brain is fried. Oh my god, please, 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 like drink and eat and rest. Please, please. Ah! But hello, welcome. I appreciate the raid. Sorry I'm sounding like I'm doing ASMR at the moment. It's not intentional, it's because it's 11 PM. And since I last pointed at the time, I think I've written, what is it, a grand total of 2 lines of code? I don't even know what I had before. But yeah, hi, welcome. I'm a weird cat. I'm trying to learn how to use a microcontroller that I have not used before, which is why... Oh my goodness me, which is why I'm struggling so much. I'm sorry if this is going to be painfully slow. And welcome, Okami, as well. Hello. Hi. Long time no see. How are you doing? Hope you're doing alright. Thank you very much for the follow, leg enough. Oh, the follow redeems are following. I must just have been completely oblivious. Maybe I was AFK at the time. Did I spell that correctly? I did! Hi, Yido, alright? Hi, Yido. Grey. Welcome. Russian English C++ and Vulcan in a Minecraft like... Oh, you're working on that again! I remember when you were working on that. It's been ages since I've seen it though. I'm sorry. Is it going well? It's really impressive what you're doing, like, from scratch. And the fact that it's in Vulcan makes it even more impressive. Welcome, Freya! Hi, Freya the Frog. Hi. I beat the entire game because I'm a gamer. Nice. It's 11 PM here too, same country. Please take care of yourself. Hi, Manadonna as well. Yuksta. With me. Thank you for the follow, Freya. Hi. Stuff. Welcome. How did it go, Haido? Or Okami, I should say. I just heard that you need to write 3,000 lines of C just to render a triangle with Vulkan. Yeah, something like that, right? The setup seems insane for Vulkan. Anyone who dives into that is very brave. Although that might also be rich coming from me since I'm trying to learn how to do something with this microcontroller, and this is giving me a headache as well, but I won't need to write 3,000 lines of code. But I will need to read probably over 3,000 lines of datasheet. Night NPG, thank you very much for the raid. So if we want to set a function, we're effectively... Yeah, so pin times 4 would be the same as shifting it left by 2. But this is going to be compiled away anyway, right? So whatever, I can just write it as 4. Right now, I'm trying to make a little macro to effectively write a number, a 4-bit number, like here, or here, or here, or here, here, or here. Without modifying any of the rest of this effectively. We're doing well. The cub A4, I still don't know how to pronounce that, is going okay. I think I knew at one point and then I forget. cube something maybe? Waiting for Godot and media pipe updates to finally debut in 3D. Ah, I see, interesting. You upgraded your PNG avatar with bone animations. That's pretty cool. I'm kind of curious to see that. I definitely need to catch you. I haven't seen you. Wait, hang on. Let me just do a test. Let me do a check. Twitch isn't doing the thing where I've like it's made me unfollow again, has it? I'm getting suspicious now because I haven't seen you in a while. No, I am still following you. Okay, good. Yeah, I just haven't seen you streaming in a while. Unfortunately, I haven't caught it. But I wish you the best of luck. I'll make it more thingy here, dephone. A thing where like set bits. Oh, wait a minute. I made a function to do this already when I was doing DOS and stuff. But if I'll try to remember how to do it. Set bits, I guess. We want num bits. First int bit first, and then new value. And essentially, all we do is wait, no, I did make this a function. This was not a macro before. That was ridiculous to have it as a macro. It used to be a macro. It used to be a function, sorry. Everything great? I'm alright. I'm so hot right now though. What is the temperature right now? 31.4. Is this MCU little Indian or big Indian? Good question. Good question, actually. Oh wait, actually it's not a good question, is it? Because it shows right here that it's... Wait, no, it doesn't actually. No, it doesn't show this little Indian. You could still have like the... Wait, it's... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. But I could read this. Indian. One. Memory Indianness. The process of used memory is a linear collection of bytes numbered in ascending order from 0. For example, bytes 0 to 3 hold the first stored word. Yucky. The memory Indianness used is implementation defined, and the following subsection is described. Who knows then? Implementation defined. Almost sure it's Little Indian? I hope so. I mean, it's Little Indian. I never heard of an implementation defined Indianness. It's kind of impressive, actually. Anyway, so what we'd do is we'd say that we need the actual thing as well. Do I want to do it this way? Let's say set port underscore. What am I trying to do? I can't flipping concentrate. It's so hot. Set port alternative function. So we're gonna pass in the port register and pin number. No, not the pin number, but the nibble, I guess. The index of the nibble being 4 bits. And then new value. Lettuce Indian. The end of the lettuce. In that case, we'll say that we have to make a temporary variable, don't we? Oh, no, we don't. What the fuck am I saying? Sorry. Port register is going to be equal to so we want this. So this is the mask, right? We want to make it ended with, so this is the mask. We want to keep these pins on. This is awful to write as a macro. But isn't that going to be faster than manually typing these all out and then calling a function? Because inline is only a suggestion, and sometimes compilers just don't inline it. Should I make it a function? Let's make it a function for now. Then I can turn it into a macro if I really want to. Void set port AF. We're going to pass in the port register. Also, there's going to be the address of a register. And this is a 32-bit register, right? Yeah. So we want, I would assume what we want is a uint32. Well, let me just find out what the, how is GPIO defined? It's literally just the number by the look of it. Yeah, it's just a number. Okay. 23. So we're gonna have a pointer. So it's, no, it's gonna be this actually, port reg. Port address, port base address, I guess. Is there any port base address? This is just silly. This is just silly that I'm wanting to implement this myself when there are functions to already do it. Maybe it's a little bit silly. I wish everyone good night. Good night, Colaboris. Maybe I should just use the functions. Maybe I shouldn't be streaming for too long. Maybe I should just try and get something working instead of just trying to do everything myself. Kind of sad though. Kind of unsatisfying. Do I still want to do it? Yeah, kind of. But I should probably see if the built-in functions work first, right? Then, because I might be barking up the wrong tree in like terms of what I'm even trying to do. And if this works, then maybe I'll try to write it myself afterwards. So GPIO set alternate function. Port is GPIO A. The alternate function number is, I've completely forgotten. It is timer 2, channel 1, which is AF2. Is this just an integer, or do I need a... It's just an integer, okay, 2. Unless it's GPIO underscore AF. Oh, it is, okay. Alternate function 2. Oh, it's just these numbers, though. It's okay. Fine. Instead of 2, I'll type GPIO AF2. Surely that's much more portable and readable and understandable. This is sarcasm. Anyway, GPIOs. Which ones? We want GPIO 0. Set PA0. Set, so yeah, set pin PA0 to have alternate function 2, which is TIM2 CH1. To have, yeah, okay. So this is something that happens to do with CH1. I'm not so sure what. Timer to channel 1. Let's call it channel 1 of timer 2. I'm gonna call it output channel 1 of timer 2. Who knows if it'll work as input as well. Yeah, we're not doing any of that because that's weird. So setup. So this is GPIO 0 again. Pin PA 0. Oh my goodness me. Is everybody going to bedtime? Hi, welcome. Thank you for the raid, Professor Leah. How was stream? Welcome, and what were you up to? Professor Leah. Hi. I'm gonna pull it out of the Twitch API. Yeah. Excuse me. Working on your web projects. Sounds interesting. I'm too scared of web dev stuff, I'm gonna be honest. I say, even though I'm trying to use a microcontroller. What are you up to? If you'd like to talk about it, and if you would not, please, don't feel pressured to. Yeah, hi. It was good. I was working on creating an admin dashboard for your website. Oh, that's pretty cool. Neat. I should introduce myself. Hello, I'm a weird cat. There we are, that's it, I don't know. I'm being quiet right now because it's 11:21 PM right now, so right here, right now. And I'm trying to learn how to use a microcontroller that I've never used before. Share the same time zone? Hell yeah. I hope you manage to get some sleep soon then. If we're in the same time zone, it's probably kinda... Well, maybe it's a bit of an assumption, but it's very hot here right now, so... Maybe it's hot where you are as well. Oh my goodness, I just touched the lead motion, it's so hot. The hand tracker. So this should be output. No pull up / down resistors. 1 AM? Man, I wish I were going to bed around that time. I've been going to bed later recently, unfortunately. Output options. What was this again? GPIO. I'm just having a look at this what's typed down here at the moment. GPIO. And then this is... What is happening? GPIO. What's happening with my out of alignment hands on my keyboard? It's very weird. Ah, this is doing the thing where it just... Oh, that's... I typed the wrong thing. Type push pull. Speed. Can we have it running at a lower speed? What speed do we need? What is... Oh, I see. Are these like different names? They are. Very high is 3, which also means 100 megahertz. That's such a nicer way to do it though. So what is low? Low is 0x0. So it's 2 megahertz. Okay. 2 megahertz is also fine. This pin is going to need to be toggling at like 62.5 kilohertz. So that's fine. We can have it running in this low mode, which I presume uses less power. I presume that's why. You can set the speed of the pin. Like, why else would you do it? Thank you for the follow as well. Here is actually quite the good weather, although I had my AC on. Ah, imagine having air conditioning. Must be nice. Look at the temperature here right now. That's why there's heat haze on the screen when it's above 30 degrees. I start to go wiggly. Thank you for the follow, Granschmeyer as well? Not sure if that's the right way of pronouncing it. Almost certainly not. Maya maybe? Granschmeyer? Pin PA0 is push, pull, lowest speed. We need 62.5 kilohertz. That's it. You don't have AC in your area? Unfortunately not. It's extremely rare in my entire country. By the way, this is the temperature inside my room, not outside. Thankfully it's not that hot outside, but it's kind of irrelevant whether it's that hot inside or outside, because I'm inside. I'm not outside. I had the AC unit installed in my room last year. Since I work from home, I had to get it, otherwise I'd boil to death due to the heat from my work laptop. Oh no. And the desktop. I see. Well, I'm happy for you. Thank you for the pants cab. Yeah, so it's gonna take like a couple of hours or more for my room to cool down. Also, I have to have my windows closed when I'm streaming. Well, right now I guess I don't, to be honest. Well. Yeah, I don't know. I usually have them closed because I don't want people to hear me squeaking loudly, because normally I shout and make stupid noises and stuff and I don't want the neighbors hearing. Beautifully cool? Oh man, it's been so long since I've gone for walks, like at you know, after the sun's gone down. Once the deadly laser goes away. Gloopy-ook. Oh no, not the glook. Holy crap, I wasn't expecting, like... What the... This is like... This is... Holy crap, this is like better than the datasheets explanation. Should I just be reading the documentation of CM3? I feel like this is like, has better explanation than the datasheet. Why cheese? Documentation jump scare. Yeah, but it's nice documentation. No, it's just silly. What am I being yeeted for? No! What are you doing? Thank you, Leo. I'm back. Hello, hi. It's me. Okay, so we should now be seeing the timer output on that pin. But I don't know if the timer is even running yet, and it's obviously not running how I wanted to, and I don't know if it's configured to blah 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 blah. Oh. Mode, moda. What is moda? Moda. Muda. It's almost mother in Dutch.
You answered with a squint and a sigh, chasing control and circuits that lie. The Smith blinks cold and new, waiting for code to tell it what to do. PlatformIO lines stack up with care. Functions and flags floating in air. Pins are assigned, her timing precise. She microcontrols like slicing with ice.
Thank you. Slicing with ice sounds cool. I just want to hear how you pronounce STM32.
You give answer with a squint and a sigh, chasing control and circuits that lie. The Smith blinks cold and...
Smith. Right, because it's going to read that as STMEZ. The Smith. Smith. Hi, Nuge. How are you doing? The reverb was great. Thank you. I think I just did it better than... Yeetus completus. I wonder if I just woke up someone up with that really loud pop sound. I just remembered that Broadcom's has entire peripheral...
Smith.
undocumented, and I have to dig into something related to the Linux kernel to figure out how to use it. That sounds annoying. Writing about events in life? I see. I hope you're not, like, dying too much from temperature. Hi, Yoon. Welcome. Where's my... Here it is. How's the Yoon doing? So what is this mode? Mode R. I actually thought that was Dutch for a second. Select alternate function mode. Select timer 2 channel 1. R equals register? Oh yeah, I guess so, huh? I guess so. Hope you're doing well. I'm hot. I'm too hot. But at least I have a bowl of water for me to be having my feet dipped into and then blown by a fan. The things we do to survive. Select TIM blah 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 by enabling AF2 for pin 0. So that's this. Number 3. Select alternate function mode. Okay, that's the thing I need to do still. Hold on. I messed up here. So this mode is not mode output. Shut up. It's GPIO mode underscore. There you go. It's mode as fuck. It's mode autofocus. Mode alternate function. Use as alternate function. Alternate function should be number 2. Should we do the options first even? Is this like, are these options even necessary if you're running this
Help, there are microcontrollers in my computer.
I thought it said microcontrollers. What the?
Help, there are microcontrollers in my...
Yeah, okay, you should definitely say cat rollers. Micro cat rollers? Is this like the roller that you'd put a, you know, it catches loose fur and stuff? Hi Myriad, thank you very much for the resub. Pat, thank you very much. Welcome in, by the way. 28 months, what is happening? Pretends to understand? I know, yeah, this is me as well. I'm pretending to understand as well. The heat has been strong. It's nasty and needs to stop. I have an electric fan for blowing out the PC. I use it to blow me around the neck. It's not a bad idea. It's probably fairly quiet as well, right? Or you could run it at a low speed, I guess. Speaking of fan, I hope the meh sound in the background whenever I'm talking is not too annoying. This sound. Hold on. This sound. It's the oscilloscope. Maybe we'll be able to use it soon and see if we're getting an output. But yeah, there's no blinking even from the STM32. It's not controlled anything flashy yet, unless you call the scope flashy, which I guess is flashy in a different sense. Let's keep going back. Where are we? Back to the timer docs. Holy crap. Timer registers are mapped. I don't really care about how they're mapped. Okay, this is different now. Okay, where do I choose the mode the timer's even running in? Ah, probably here, right? Okay, yeah, here. It'll be here. If channel, this one is configured as output, this is the value to be loaded in the compare register. Contains the value to be compared to the counter and signaled on the output. How do we enable an interrupt? Not an interrupt, I don't want an interrupt. How do we enable the... Like, what happens? Does it just... Is the way this thing works, when it overflows, the pin turns on, and when it reaches this counter, the pin turns off? Like, where are the settings for how it functions? Like, what it does to the pins? Hi Natty, welcome. What is this? Confusing as well as this. Microcontrollers are the newest development in quantum tech. They sit in a quantum superposition of not knowing whether to let the signal outside or not. I see what you did there. Push test mode almost accidentally... Wait, almost tricked me. The analytics said I streamed for 37 minutes when it was way longer. What the hell? Did the connection like break and come back for a moment or something? Hang on, I'm gonna do a thing to show you how I read that. 1 second. Whenever I see something with a clap between the things, I have the perfect thing for this. I just recently finished making a trance track, so I can show you exactly how this sounds to me when I read it. Hold on. Wait. We have to wait for the claps to begin. So it sounds like Twitch, fix your dashboards. That's what it sounds like in my head. With the claps going in between. You're welcome, you'll never be able to unhear it now. Who uses today? You have me with bad nostalgia. What do you mean, who uses today? This is an extremely new microcontroller. A lot of people use... Well, okay, a lot of people. People doing electronic stuff use microcontrollers. Never forget that people prefer vinyl because they think it sounds warmer. The warmth is noise created because the surface of the vinyl is imperfect. In short, your mic is fine. Okay. Thanks. PDF reader? That's the oldest thing in my memory? Wait, just PDFs in general? Or this one specifically? Yeah, I'm using an old version of Foxit Reader because, well, it turned into adware, basically. Okay, DMA controller register. I don't care about DMA. Example of how to use DMA. Option register. Is this it? This bit is set and cleared by software. Blah 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 blah. Why does it sound like that dog? Where someone does things to its mouth and it sounds like blah 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 blah. I swear I'm not insane. There's actually a video about that. I'm not just making it up. Okay, I am not seeing any registers that explain how the timers actually... Oh, there it is! Is this it? Hang on, this might be it. Ah, here we are! Oh, fucking hell, it took me a while. Sorry about all this swearing. I completely skipped an entire section, apparently. I don't care about slave mode, I don't care about interrupts. I will care about interrupts, but not right now, I don't. Okay. Why is everyone into quantum all of a sudden? I saw 3 Blue 1 Brown also uploaded about it. Are they? Are they suddenly into it? I saw the 3 Blue 1 Brown video recommended though. I'm not gonna watch it, I think, because I don't know, I just find quantum stuff a little bit silly. Maybe that's a hot take. Connection was stable in the whole time and void is complete. Just Twitch glistening out. Welp. Did the hot take just earn me that follow? Thank you. Thank you very much for the follow, Oinzy. It's probably not the correct way to pronounce your name either. Shit looks from the 80s? I don't think you were around in the 80s if you think this looks like it was from the 80s. I mean, I'm not from the 80s either, but... Hot takes equals follows. Quantum means my LLMs get less dumb and my crypto shares increase, right? Yes, your NFTs also gain value. Hi, welcome Netflix, the fellow of... Okay, alright, let's see, what are we doing here? Capture, compare for overcapture. Overcapture? Refer to CC10F description. Okay, this flag is set by hardware only when the corresponding channel is configured in input. Alright, well, I don't care about it then. Thank you for the follow Netflix as well. Can't believe the Netflix is following me right now. NFTs, BRB, no, don't! What are you doing? It's not new. 3 Blue 1 Brown is just prolific. Ah, I see. Well, you're assuming it's new because of 3 Blue 1 Brown? I thought maybe, who knows, maybe the random YouTube recommendation algorithm has suddenly decided, whoa, a big person has just made a video about quantum stuff, maybe we should be recommending all kinds of quantum stuff. Maybe it actually is pushing more stuff about that because a big person did it. Alright, trigger interrupt flag. This flag is set by hardware on trigger event. When the blah 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 blah. It's set when the counter starts or stops. It's cleared by software. Okay. I'm not gonna be doing an interrupt. Blah 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 blah. Okay, this looks interesting. This looks like it might be what I want. This flag is set by hardware? Okay, that's not what I want. I want it to be something that I set from software. This flag is set by hardware when the counter matches the compare value. Okie dokie. So basically, when we get an interrupt, we could check this, right? To see if it was caused by the counter reaching the compare value. With some exception in center aligned mode, I don't know that it's cleared by software. No match. Matches. Okay. Set by hardware. Okay, this is all just like something that I look at when there's an interrupt, right? To tell what's happened. Ah, maybe this is the one. Event generation. I just did a silent hiccup. I thought new breakthrough about this field. That's why I asked. Don't be bullying. No one's bullying. Thought, is there something new from this? Who knows? Is there? I don't know. Corporate has definitely been a fairly recent buzzword. Really? Really recently? Did I even say hi, Nymph? Hi, Nymph. Welcome. There's no new breakthrough. A math explainer. Yeah. 3.1 Brown's visualizations are so good. Yeah, it's just amazing. They're so nice for explaining things. Quantum from our C-suite. When I see some credible people? Oh, I see. Maybe it's just that he's trying to explain stuff. Like, the title's just... Well, the title was called, So What is Quantum Computing or something, right? So I don't think he's explaining a new thing. I mean, maybe there are new ways of thinking about it. I don't think it's... The visualizations are that good. I watch his vids and still don't understand it. Yes! For some of that stuff, it really helped me understand the Fourier transform though. The way it like wraps like the waveform around a circle and then like each of the peaks add up. Like, yeah, the visualization was so good. He made Manum, yeah. He did. That's his project. I think there are forks of it now though. I think there's another group of people that are like maintaining it nowadays with like newer stuff though. I don't think his is like the latest and greatest anymore. Or the most feature packed, I don't know. He said the same thing about Bitcoin crypto spreading awareness. Has he actually? I didn't know about that. That must have completely passed me by. YouTube must have known that, no, I'm not gonna watch that one. Hi, Kinami! Welcome! I'm really glad you're still alive. Hi, welcome. That sounded really dark. I don't know why I said it that way. Nice to see you again is what I mean to say. Hi. Sorry, I'm trying to be creepy. I'm getting thirsty again. Thank you for the hydration. And posture check. You do in fact enjoy being still alive? Nice. In that case, this statement was a triumph. Making a note here. Huge success. Okay. Bit 6. Trigger generation. This bit is set by software in order to generate an event. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's the one. You could actually see me doing this really weird limp clap there because I didn't want to do like a proper clap and wake everybody up. Not trying to be creepy, demonstrates the creepiest animations possible. What do you mean? I'm not trying to be creepy. Oh my god, you just triggered the thing, so I just turned off the spookiness. Okay, I'm gonna turn it back on. There you go. I'm not trying to be creepy. You're trying to be creepy. You have to watched them many times, not to still not understand, but with more visuals. Staring contest. I would get close to the screen, but I can't. Well, like, wait, I can do this. I can float in my little ball towards the middle. Whee! Hi, it's me. Now you can see when I tilt my head. It's like, who's that producer that likes to do like the shots panning around the head and the background just zooms past? Something like that, except the camera's stuck in front of my face, so it's not exactly the same. Oh my god, what the... That was a bit invading of personal space. Sorry about that. Michael Bay, is it? Okay. I'm interested in what Yuki's making. Well, sorry man, I don't know. It won't happen again. I'm just kidding. Wait, what is happening? What is happening? What's going on here? I do not know about you, but I am not what? I do not know about you. Nasty staring contest, give some warning. We making bomb? Oh yeah, nobody's making a bomb. Imagine if you needed a imagine if you would go out of your way to buy an ultra low power microcontroller for that. So what a waste of money. You're making it very difficult for yourself. Anyway. Yeah. There you go. Have to do a quiet one, sorry. It's too late. Cats invade personal space and don't need to apologize. Well, don't mind if I just... there we are. Perfect. Okay, yeah. Kinami, I am learning to use a new microcontroller that I've got. Not what I can if you pay. Possibly best not to joke about this on Twitch. Twitch is very weird and will just like automatically ban stuff sometimes. Anyway. I think this is a little bit too advanced for it to understand what you're saying, but I would be careful with some things because the auto moderation things on Twitch can be a bit twitchy. So yeah, this is for like making like a little pet long nuke thing, like a Tamagotchi, or sorry, I should say like a Tamagotchi. There we are, now it's safe to say. Photobomb? Okay. So yeah, I wanted to have like an LCD, which is why I got a little LCD. And now there are these tiny little brains, also known as microcontrollers. And here's one I actually soldered to a thing, and now that's on a breadboard, and I probed it last night and got an uploader for the Arduino to this working. And now it's here in this form, sitting on my desk, and it's actually been running this code, toggling on and off this pin for a long time now. This is a live view. It's still doing it. I should probably unplug it. I'm gonna unplug it. There we are. I can have a break. Now I'll burn in this green line on the oscilloscope view instead. Anyway, but what it's gonna eventually do is like decode some voice and control an LCD and have a few buttons for you to interact with it and stuff. Knew there was something I was supposed to feed. No! A moment of silence. There we are, that was it. Imagine using an ultra low power microcontroller for a desktop application. A desktop application? Desktop application. Tamagotchi. Why did I laugh at that? That's so silly. But hi, Zyke. Okay, let me read this because I think this is the register I actually care about. Trigger generation. This bit is set by software in order to generate an event. It is automatically cleared by hardware. The TIF flag is set in timx_sr. Related interrupt or DMA can occur if enabled. Okay, so I don't care about interrupt or DMA, so I guess I don't want that, right? This bit is set by software in order to generate an event. It's automatically cleared. A capture/compare event is generated on channel 1. That is what I want. This is very much what I want. CC1IF flag is set. Corresponding interrupt or DMA request is sent if enabled. Okay. Thank you very much for the saving the kidneys. I'm actually not going to do it right now because I actually need to. I went not that long ago, Stu. I'll refund you though. You cow? You hot right now. Unfortunately. You brain also a little bit hurting right now, I'm afraid. Just a little bit. I've lost OBS, here it is. Stu how? Big numbers? Yeah. We got the old heat haze coming back. Haven't seen that in a while. And I sure would like it if it was an even longer time since I last saw it. I'd like it if that time trended towards infinity. Trend? Uke wobbly, therefore we conclude uke hot. Hold on, did you say wobbly? Did you say wobbly? Very wobbly. Update generation. This bit can be set by software. It's automatically reinitialize the counter and generates an update of the registers. Update generation. Automatically cleared by hardware. Note that the prescaler counter is cleared too. Anyway, the prescaler ratio is not affected. Ah! Is this... Right, so if you make some changes, you can just to set this bit high to say, hey, I want you to update your things instead of waiting for the timer to reach the end, right? And reload this. You could do this now and it like reinitializes stuff, right? The counter is cleared if the center aligned mode is selected or if direction is up counting. Else it takes the auto reload value. Oh, the auto reload value is used when down counting. That explains why it resets it to the highest value. Okay. Stuff is starting to make sense now. Okay, so this is completely irrelevant. This is for when we're down counting. The venerable STM32, they're like ants, you just can't get rid of them. I don't want to get rid of this one. I've only just managed to get hold of some. Oh, by the way, welcome by the way, Aki Nyanya. I bought this from the European ST store. And what arrived actually came from Memphis in America. Which is kind of amusing because, you know, I don't quite know how that was cheaper. So, by the way, I went with that because that's the cheapest place I could find it. It was cheaper to get it from America with delivery from America. What are my hands doing? Than to buy it from this country, which is from Farnell, which is crazy. Actually crazy. And not by a small amount, but like the item itself was like double the price or so from over here for some reason. And then, you know, obviously the shipping was also more from America, but they cancelled out. I mean, more than cancelled out. They also manufacture domestically. I doubt it. I honestly have no idea, actually. Okay, the channels can be used in input or output compare mode. The direction of a channel is defined by configuring the corresponding bits. All the other bits have a different function in input and output. Okay, so the CCXS bits. The CCXS bits. So this one. And this one. Okay, and these other bits do different things. So output compare 1 is what we want. So I guess we look at this area here. So output here we are. So OC OC1CE. OC1CE. Why do I keep doing silent hiccups? Output compare 1 clear enable. So OC1 ref is not affected. Wait, what's OC1 ref? Is this the pin? What the fuck is OC1 ref? OC1 ref. Should I search in here? Nothing. Should I search in here? The behavior of the output reference signal. The output reference signal from which OC1 and OC1N are derived. How can it be derived from an output? Isn't it derived from an input? OC1 ref is active high. Whereas OC1 and blah 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 blah. Okay, I'm kind of confused. Ah, there it is. Okay, OC1 ref is the output of this. And this can go to an interrupt apparently. Okay. So we need to look for something called output control in order to make sure that it reaches channel 1 in the correct way, question mark? Is that what it's telling me? Is that what I'm being told here? Not affected by... Wait, what's ETRF input? Oh my fucking god. Ah! What is ETRF? Well, wait, that was external trigger, right? Output compare 1 clear enabled. Not affected by external trigger. Okay, what was external trigger again? I need to see that diagram again. Oh my god, I don't understand. Anyway. OC1M output compare 1 mode. This is probably the absolute heart of it, but let's see. These bits define the behavior of the output signal, OC1 ref, from which OC1 and OC1N are derived. And OC1N or OC1 was the that output we just saw, right? On that diagram thingy. Where they're located? I don't know. Oh, wait, was that a question for someone else? Hi Dutfor or Duda, I don't know. Mouser also has an office about 500 meters from me. Well, I don't know where you are, but when I bought some microcontrollers, some DPD switches, they were from the US as well. What the hell? Interesting, I'm guessing you're not from the US then. Doesn't ST have their own fabs? ST has their own foundries. These are words I don't understand. Well, just foundries actually. Okay. OC1 ref is active high, whereas OC1 and OC1N depends on CC1P and CC1NP bits. Okay, so you can like choose to flip OC1 ref if you want to, I guess. That's too big. Okay, frozen. The comparison between the output compare register? This one? Okay, wait, this is what I want to set, right? This is what I want to compare. Sorry, this is what I want to set. So this is timer 2, CCR1 equals... So it's going to count up to this value and then reset. Sorry, it's going to count up to this value and then do something and then turn off. That's what I mean, sorry. Wait, hang on a second. If this is going to be being clocked at 2 megahertz or 2.1 megahertz, and the timer is 16-bit. 6 seconds. This is only going to be running at like 32 hertz, right? We're going to need some way to tell a timer to maybe not count all the way up to 65,535 because that's far too much. How does one stop that? Let's assume that we can stop it somehow and that I will make it stop when it reaches 255 to pretend that it's an 8-bit timer. Then in this example where we want the output to remain high for a long time, let's have it like stay, like count all the way up to 200 and then the pin will go low. So this is timer 2, what's this called? Let me reword this. Prescaler equals divide by 4. And this is, what do they call it? Output compare register. This is like, value. Oh, it's output compare register. How do I explain this in a few words for future Ukes? Peanut brain. Let's say something like, trigger value for channel 1 of timer 2. I'm not quite sure why I put these with capital letters. Okay, so we don't want 0, 0, 0. This is no effect on the outputs. This mode is used to generate a timing base. Set channel 1 to active level on match. Which means high, right? Wait, channel 1 itself. OC1 ref is forced high when the counter matches. Nice. Yeah, that sounds good. That sounds like what we want. Set channel 1 to inactive on match. Wait, no, we want inactive. We wanted to stay high all the time and then go low, right? So we actually want this one. So once they match, make it inactive. You can also set toggle, which is kind of nice. Might be useful for testing. Force inactive level all the time. Force active all the time. PWM mode. What? They have a dedicated mode for this? This is exactly what I want! Channel 1 is active as long as it's less than this CCR. Else inactive. What the fuck? I thought I'd have to like specifically set up another value to say, hey, make it high again when you overflow. But no, this is exactly what I want. What the hell? That's beautiful. That's actually beautiful. In down counting, stuff that I don't care about because I'm not down counting. Mode 2. In up counting, channel 1 is inactive as long as it's less. Okay, so just inverted. OC ref level changes. Is that OC1 ref? Only when the result of the comparison changes. Or when the output compare mode switches from frozen to PWM. Okay, when else should it change? Okay, that's nice. That's very nice. So OC1M wants to be 110. That's what I want. OC1M. So OC1M. Okay, it sits here. Wait, what are these like two? Oh, what the? Okay, so how do we make it use the top row? I'm guessing it's by setting CC1S somehow. Now let's keep reading. Output compare 1 preload enabled. Preload the register disabled, and this can be written at any time, and the new value is taken immediately. Or preload is enabled. Read and write access the preload. And this is... I feel like I want this, right? Or do I not, actually? No, maybe I do want this, actually. Maybe I do want this mode. Yeah, I think I want this mode because imagine what could happen if I try to change the pulse width modulation in the middle of, like, while it's already running. So here we have this, right? And there's some, like, the current value is, like, moving. This is, like, let's just call this 0% and this 100%. This is the timer values. And so this is like going tick, 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 and there's some like target value, which I'm gonna draw in blue this time. I don't know why I keep changing colors every time I draw this. So here's like the end, right? And when what this is gonna do is every time it goes like tick, 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 it's checking to see if this is to the left of this. And if it is, then the output should be on. here, right? And then here it just turns off. But now imagine if it's going like tick, 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 and it reaches here. And at this point, I decide, hey, I want to move this. Let's move it to here now. Well then, it's going to like suddenly turn back on at this moment, right? For a moment like that. Whereas, if we have the mode where it only updates when it reaches the end, we'll get like one clean run where it's like this, and then the next time around, we'll get this. It's almost like a tearing, right? In graphics. It's almost like VSync to have this thing set to mode 1 by the look of it. Which STM32 is this? Yes, it is. Let me link you to the actual page. Ta-da! The wonderful moment in programming when the API does exactly what you want to. Yeah, apparently. Apparently. 5 pages of docs of what is a PDF doc, like where Dockersaurus or read the docs. What? Okay, so let me just make a note of the values I want. I want OC1M to be 110, which is also known as PWM mode 1. And I want OC1PE. Maybe I can just write all of these in one fell swoop actually. I was thinking like I need to mask out certain values, you know, and just update the bits that I want, the flags that I want, but we might as well set everything in one go. Output compare 1, preload enable 1.
Oi, cheese.
Why cheese? Only update targets on overflow is I think how to convert that paragraph into English. You can't just cheese and oh my god, you're milking the why cheese counter. It's quite appropriate because, you know, cheese, dairy. Output compare 1 fast enable. This bit is used to accelerate the effect of an event on the trigger in input on the CC output. Am I using trigger in? I don't think I am, right? CC1 behaves normally depending on counter. An active edge on the trigger input acts like a compare match on the CC1 output. What? Minimum delay to activate it occurs. The output when an edge occurs on the trigger input is 5 clock cycles. Okay, trigger. I'm not using trigger input, right? This is a separate thing, right? Why am I not? Does trigger input just mean the clock thing? An active edge on the trigger input acts like a compare match on CC1. Oh, okay. So, yeah, never mind. This is what I'm doing. This is what I'm doing. Therefore, this is for something that I'm not doing. So let's not look at that. Next, CC1S capture compare 1 selection. What does this mean? This bit field defines the direction of the channel, input or output, as well as the used input. Okay. Channel is configured as output. That's what I want. That's what I want. CC1S equals 00. Timer. Channel 1 is an output. Make channel 1 be an output. There. B. Input capture mode. These are irrelevant, right? Because we're not in input capture mode. So I'm guessing it will read these. Wait. Did I scroll past it? I did. No, wait. Yeah, I did massively. It looks like it's gonna read these flags here. When it's set to output mode, and these ones when it's set to input mode. And this one determines... Yeah, that's what it said right there, yeah. So this determines whether it's input or output. Okay, nice. Alright, well, in that case, Let's see what the other ones I skipped over were. I have made a note of what I want M to be, which is this. I've made a note of what I want PE to be. CS. Now I just need to make a note of what FE is. What was FE? I thought that was irrelevant. Fast enable. Accelerate the effect. This is when it's running in a different mode, so it's irrelevant. I guess. OC1 FE equals 0, sure. No, not fast enabled, no extra fast response for trigger input, which we're not using anyway. Okay. That's why it starts with O and I. Yeah, I guess so. I give a comeback. Oh my goodness, I've been missing a bunch. Hi, Long Killer, welcome. I am very hot today. Look at that heat haze. Look at it. I'm wiggling. I'm wobbling. Wiggle wobble. Companies overcharging for their moldy cheese. Milking cheese. I like cheese though. Sometimes when it's not thrown at my face. When it's not thrown at my face. I'm sorry to anybody who was asleep and I just woke up. Fuck. Cheese. Hey, it's piffle. Molding over molding. Oh my goodness. I'd give a comeback. Outdated.
Sir.
I see you waving all around. I am. The temperature is... Let me write the entire word this time. 31.7. Is that more or less than before? I'm scrolling to see if... No, I can't see any of this. No, look. I guess cheese draining is kind of like milking cheese. What is cheese draining? That sounds unpleasant. Yeah, it's super hot in my room. I'm dying. I should really be stopping because I need my room to cool down. And it's gonna take like... If it's going to cool down, it's gonna take like 2 or 3 hours probably. From this heat and with the temperature outside not being much lower. Okay, so these are bits I care about. These are the bits I care about. I've got too much stuff open. It's okay. This is super nice to know. So if I just write all of these bits into TIM2 underscore CCMR1 capture compare mode register 1. Okay, so this is what we want to change. I don't care about timer 2, right? Timer 2 can be doing whatever the hell it wants. I don't have the, don't know interrupt set up, and there's the pin is not being controlled by this because I haven't set up the GPIO mode for timer 2 or channel 2, right? Channel 2? Channel 2. No, compare to... Oh my god, what am I reading? Wait, so is this channel 1 of output compare mode 1? I just realized there's like... Man, I'm confused. Capture compare 2. So capture compare 2 is the same as... Okay. Output compare 1, 2, 3, and 4 are channels 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Man, my small brain could really do with less words for the same thing. What is this? Oh, it's for input. Never mind. Looks like some fun options, but I'm not using that. So these are what I want to change of TIM2, CCMR1. TIM2, CCMR1. Does it recognize it? It does. Nice. So I want this to be... Oh wait, I can just do this kind of 0B and then do the literal. So I don't care about the first 8. Oh, sorry, the upper 8. I care about the lower 8. So the lower 8, we want CE to be... Wait, what is CE? There's another one I haven't written down. What is CE? Output compare 1 clear enable. Not affected by ETRF is cleared as soon as detected on ETRF. Okay, so this is the external trigger, which we don't care about, so anything. I don't care. OC1 CE equals 0, which means don't change output based on external trigger, which we're not using anyway. So external trigger and trigger input are like the same thing or one? No. Okay, have I got everything? OC1 CE, OC1 CM, oh sorry, just M, PE, FE, these. Okay, this is what I want. This is it, in this order. I'm not used to microcontroller code having 4 tabs of indentation, which might sound weird, but on the Arduino IDE it's 2. How does one change the tab width just for one project? Is there a way to do that? Settings. Oh my, I can't even time. Bix! Hi Bix! Welcome, welcome, welcome! Hi. My brain is being destroyed by this datasheet right now, even though this is the most sense it's made so far. Can you believe that? Hi, welcome. How's your stream? Come here, Mr. Big Stream. At least I caught the one yesterday. Or the end of it. Welcome in Crease, welcome in X again. Welcome in Bix, look. And wait, Uncle's already here. Okay, let me shout you out. Ah! Okay, I can't shout her out right now because there's a camera stuck to my face and you won't be able to see the thing that I'm holding. At least you can hear the head pats. Thank you for the pats, thanks. Hold on, Bix. I'll shout you out in a moment. Let me temporarily disable any more redeems.
The models.
You know what? I'm actually going to take an executive decision and get rid of myself and restart. Because I need to shout out Bix, and that's much more important. Congratulations on wasting your points and stopping me from shouting out Bix. I'm loading the wrong version of myself. Oh my god. Help, everything is dying. Oh my god. Okay, I'm back.
FM connecting.
Sheesh. That was scary. Hi, I'm back.
So Bixie-eft.
So Pixie-eft. Wait, why did it read that?
That was scary indeed.
Oh, I see. Oh my goodness, was it more scary than this? Was it more scary than this? I showed you my something, please respond. Blueprints. Shit, I missed the headpad opportunity. How was it? How was stream, Bix? Welcome. Thank you very much for the raid. Hi, I'm a weird cat. And right now I'm trying to learn how to... Why is Rear Epsilon? Oh, there it is. Right now I'm trying to learn how to use a brand new microcontroller which will become the brain of the pet long uke thing that I want to make in real life. Because it uses far less power than the previous one that I was considering using, which is the one that I'm used to using. The Arduino stuff. Oh, right, I should turn on the redeems. Oh god, they're all going to build up. I'm really enjoying the game so far. Nice. I hesitate to return on redeems. Don't worry, these new redeems have not been wasted. They will happen when I turn them on. They're queued up. But as soon as I do it, I'm gonna get a face full of cheese and become evil, so I'm a little bit scared. But yeah, Bix, please take care of yourself. Please, you know, drink and eat and take care of yourself. Okay, I'm gonna become crazy now. I'm turning on redeems. Ah!
Cheese?
Yeah.
There we are. I wanted to get all that said first. What is this cursed ass redeem? I mean, emote. Pen. using emote. Holy crap. Now you can see it. A circuit sent to it while listening to the teased evil that has been unleashed. I did the bass drop for you. Drop the bass. Bass. Enjoy food, enjoy food, enjoy food. Where is my thing?
There it is. That drop. Boom! Oh, it stopped. Never mind. It's like being in a movies.
Coming this September.
Wait, no, they'd say this fall. Which they'd say as fall. It's like being in a movie? I guess so. Hi, David. Welcome, welcome! That's a cute giggle. Smirk. Star Wars laser sounds. It was kind of like that, wasn't it? Fox! Hi! Oh no, the lag has infected her. Has it? It's working okay on my end. The most useless comeback ever. Is it working? Am I okay for other people? That's a cute blush as well. Oh, I wish I could reach it. No, wait. I'm always okay? Okay, well that's just a blatant lie. 011010000 is apparently what I want. So that is this, 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 and this. That seems like an okay way to explain what it means. Also, there was a message explaining how to change things, although I got censored by Twitch a bit, but I think I can still make it out. Okay, Nyonya says, if you make a .vs Code folder, I think there's already one, and a settings.json file, this sounds incredibly like, you know, on the 4th day of the year, if you stand 3 meters from GPS coordinate 00 and you look to the 3rd star north of the Big Dipper, then a cat will appear by your feet. You know, like, how the fuck are you supposed to know any of this? But okay. Settings.json, thank you. Let's, inside that, a something size :2. Which I guess is tab size :2. And like I need to do this, I guess. Oh wait, tab size? We good? What does this mean? What does this cut on the dotted line mean? What the fuck is that? I don't remember seeing that. Let's see if that changes it. That does not change it. Editor.temp size. Okay, thank you. Sorry. Editor.temp size. What other temp size is there? Why was it auto-completing that? I wonder. Wait, would it have shown a thing if I... No, it doesn't. Okay, editor.temp size 2. It's still doing 2. Maybe I have to reopen literally everything. When a game dev puts in Easter eggs in their game that are day specific, yeah, like that. The glitch has infected the Yuk and she became the evil Pixuk. Ah, this one? This one? Tab. It doesn't seem to have made a difference, I'm afraid. It should have worked. Okay, no worries. No worries. Square brackets? Square brackets. Square brackets? These are braces, which is what I added. These ones are square. Is your indentation spaces not tabs? When I press tab, it inserts spaces, yes. No worries. Stew, Big thread. Oh my goodness, do you have two of me open now? I'm sorry. Okay, so 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Wait! Can I not just... Oh wait, it's implementation specific. If I wanted to write only the left side or the right side, I could like cast this to a uint8 pointer instead. Then optionally add 1 to the address if I wanted to write to the lower half. Be a little bit cursed, but I can make a macro for it. Your previous code is also detecting your indentation. Maybe. Can I change it? Well, it's gonna do it again when I open a new one anyway. Editor to detect indentation, false. Let's try that. Hello? Indentation. False. Falser? False, falser and falsest. Editor dot tab size 2. I can't see anything because there's two of them. Well, that is 2. That's a good sign. But what about this? It works! Thank you! Nice. Thank you very much. Hi, Raiden Bareback. Ended up in a coding stream. You did! I'm sorry / congratulations. Kind of mentally going for 2 space and soft tabs. 2 space and soft tabs. I don't think it's... Isn't it normal for tabs to cause centering of spaces? Smart and disregards configured values. Yeah, I see. Hi, Hakim, welcome. I'm not quite sure why it's that crazy, but that's how Arduino is, and so this is what I'm used to when coding microcontrollers. When I'm doing stuff that's not in microcontrollers, I'm used to 4. Anyway, maybe I'm just too weird for using hard tabs. I mean, hard tabs makes way more sense, but like hard tabs is like 8 characters wide, right? Right? Am I wrong? That's my tab stop. Oh. Many style guides and do soft tabs. An exception is the Go language. Interesting. Thank you very much for the following Queedle. Hi. Or Cavadle, if this is Dutch, I guess. Okay, I want to set the right-hand side of this. So first of all, let's just say 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, which is for the right-hand side. I don't know why I didn't just copy and paste this. Hold on, how do I do this? What do I want to do? That's what I want, so I'll just copy this. Hello? So this is channel 1's stuff. Channel 2's stuff is irrelevant, unused. Channel 2 is unused. We're not using channel 2. There we are. Hard taps are nice, but they make sense semantically. Yes, and also because anyone can set the width to what they want. Having a wide tap stop with a decent line length makes you think about how deep your nesting was. I really think about how deep I nest things. I didn't need... I'd rather have it like visible on screen. I don't want to be punished if I have to make it wide. Also, maybe I should make this font size bigger right now because you know. Wait, I can change this in here, right? So it's just for this project, and I don't have to mess up the settings for the when I'm using Godot and stuff, which will have much longer lines because it's fucking C# and I hate C#. Anyway. Editor.font size is currently 16, so if I change this to 18, does this update? After I put comma? It does! How wide do I need it before it becomes like... You know. There we are. 23 apparently. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, that's kind of good actually. Wait. Why is this silly thing down the side? There we are. I only just realized that was even there. Godot? Yeah, I'm not gonna be using that though. Not at the moment, I'm afraid. Is that the last? That's the widest line, that's perfect! Well, it's not quite, it scrolls. I could be like zoomed out like this now, and this is still bigger than it was before, right? Why is Arduino appearing? This is not Arduino. I haven't made a logo for STM32 yet though. If you have bad eyes and need a larger font size, soft tabs mean that more space is taken up by the indentation. Well, it's that the person programming defines the tab size then, right? Rather than you defining the tab size. Like it could be less. But I see what you mean there. Sure. Okie dokie. I kind of almost want to make a macro to just set the low half and the high half of a thing. Which is... Someone earlier was scared about... Well, they thought some code that I wrote earlier was cursed, so... if you're still around, shield your eyes, because here we go. Set 16 low. Low byte. Oh, I also address 16 and the low byte val. So what this would do is would pretend that this is actually a pointer to a uint8, and then we'd add 1 to that, and then we'd dereference that, and then set that to the low byte val, and the set high would be the same but without adding 1. And that's assuming this is... Oh wait, that's if it's big endian. This is not big endian, is it? Well, we looked earlier and we couldn't tell actually, so... This might be the right way around or it might be the wrong way around. Who knows? This is... low byte val and this is... Wait. Low byte was first. So this would be high byte val. And I'll put a semicolon there just in case, I guess. Little? Okay. When I looked at the datasheet, it says that it is actually implementation specific. Would you believe that? Kinda crazy. Implementation defined. Pretty crazy. I didn't even know if that was possible. How endian is it? It's a little. It's a little endian. Just a little. got ChatGPT to spit out an add-on for Home Assistant. I read for Some Assistant at first. Some Assistant, I don't know what one. The grabs. Actually, I wonder if writing to... This might do bad things if I try to write to only a half of a register, right? This might actually do... I wonder if this would do terrible things if I write to just a part of a register. Like maybe some part of it, maybe some part of my controller is like monitoring only the high side to see if the high side is written to, and if it is, then it like takes the high and low side into account. Otherwise, if you just set the low side, maybe it's not monitoring the low side and it'll never take effect. Maybe there could be something weird like that. How Indian? Anyway, it's bad at an add-on for Home Assistant that grabs APRS messages from and uses those to tune a radio to a frequency. If the APRS contains QRV frequency. These are a lot of words that I don't know at all. I can't program, so I had to use an AI. I mean, if it worked, congratulations. It feels like you've pulled off a minor miracle if such specific code like that given by ChatGPT works. Very few things. I already read that, sorry. Godot's built-in editor defaults are hard tabs. I think I like that. Big hard tab for a proponent for accessibility. Ah, it makes sense. It makes sense. Absolutely makes sense. But I would have to learn how to configure this editor. Therefore, I'm not going to. I probably should, but also literally nobody is going to be using this code except for me. Low and high, set wrong order. Oh, what the f... It's the correct way, but it's the wrong way around. There we go. Correct. Sorry, this the end bit's for the wrong way around, sorry. Maybe I should call this new byte val. Right? Because if it's little endian, then the low byte is first, and the high byte. So we add 1. But maybe this is like a terrible idea for trying to do this. Maybe this is a terrible idea. But I'm not going to use them for now anyway. We're just going to set the whole thing and we'll see if this works. Also, by the way, at this point, timer 3 is set up in the mode that we want, counting to the value we want, at the speed we want, which is not actually the speed I want, but it's a speed. And its output should be appearing on this pin. Question is the timer actually running right now? I don't know if the timer is actually running or not. Is there a GCC defined that says what the endianness is? Where would I find that? What would that be called? Actually, more to the point. That sounds rude, but it's a genuine question. I'm sorry. I sound rude sometimes. I don't want to. I hate myself. Anyway. After that, minor outburst. This is for 3 and 4. Capture, compare, enable. Ooh. Looks like I might need to do something with this. Underscore byte underscore order is the built-in. Define byte order? Little endian. Hell yeah. Nice. Then there is order big endian. Well, this is order little endian. Is there a... yes. Nice. Small endian. Yes, small endian. Small, not large. Okay, CC4, blah 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 blah. Okay. Capture compare 1 output polarity. Channel configured as output. It must be kept cleared. Channel configured as input. Used in conjunction with CC1P to define something polarity. The thing we're not using, right? What was F again? The fast response. Is that what we're on? No, not sure. Capture compare 1 output polarity. This is what I care about. Wait, what? Capture compare 1 output polarity. Capture compare 1 output polarity. Am I missing something? Should this be input polarity? Man, it sucks reading from a datasheet where you can't trust anything because there are typos all over the place. Ah! Anyway. CC1 channel configured as output. If it's 0, active high. If it's 1, active low. So we'll do active high. CC1 configured as input. Doesn't matter. We are not doing any of that. This is what we care about though. We do want this to be set. Is the timer peripheral switched on? The timer peripheral has its clock enabled, if that's the thingy. By the way, I haven't uploaded it yet. There's nothing like I haven't noticed, like, you know, it's not like I've tested this and it's not worked yet. That time will come, of course, but I'm quite sure that time will come. But not yet. Okay. TimX underscore CCER. Okay, that's our next thing to set. Tim to CCER equals. We want 0, 0, 0, 0. Oh wait, does it actually say reserved must be kept at reset? Okay, 0. I haven't usually heard 0 be called reset, but they always seem to use set and reset to mean 0. Sorry, 1 and 0 respectively, rather than set and cleared, or you know, 1 and 0. Anyway, let's make it so it's 4 bits for each. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Wait, hang on. Wait, I have a weird recollection in my head that it was possible to like put some symbol in the middle of this to split up the digits in the C compiler. Was it possible? Am I crazy? Was it something like... It's not quite like that. Wasn't it? I could have sworn that someone mentioned about that. What's C standard? Who knows? Who knows? In C++ you can do apostrophe. Underscore didn't work. Apostrophe doesn't work. Never mind. Python? No. There was definitely C of some description that I heard someone say. But I might have misunderstood. Beginning is the way things should have been. I mean, true, but Intel messed it up for everyone in the fourth of 004. Interesting. Is that why? Is the timer already at on? LibOpenStream3 C++ 14 above is where you can do apostrophe. Okay, that is like that, right? We're not talking about backcode, right? Okay, unrecognized token. Nice, that's a fun error. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, and finally the ones we care about. CC1NP, something CC. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. So channel 4. I could put on one line. Makes less space. And then channel 3. Channel 2. And finally the ones we care about. We're gonna have 0. Oh my goodness. Can I... Oh. Ah! So this is... I don't need this so indented anymore. So this is... Wait, why does insert not work? I'm pressing insert and it's not turning insert on and off. What the fuck? Does Visual Studio Code not support overwrite mode? What the fuck? Hello? Deeply concerning. I'm pretty sure this version of Visual Studio Code that I use for Unity supports overwrite, right? What? Old versions don't? Are you serious? Are you serious? This is a version from 2024. Mid-2024. Somewhere. There. Oh, March, actually. Really? Did this technology not exist in 2024? 2024 is ancient. Okay. That's actually ridiculous. Maybe there's an extension to allow it. This is actually a joke if you need an extension for this, but override. Provides insert/overtype mode. Why do we need an installation for this? Why are there two with the exact same icon and the exact same rating and both with tens of thousands of installations? Why?
Cheese.
Because some people actually press the insert key on purpose. Some people press it repeatedly expecting it to do something. 0.5 something, 21 issues. Fucking hell. How can you have so many issues? 21 issues for turning on override mode. What the fuck? What am I reading? Hold on, let me just show you the cutting edge that was possible in the 1980s. I might as well just run this. Hello, this is a line. Let's go backwards. Insert. Oh look, now I can type over it. How do we lose that technology somewhere between 1980 and 2024? Also. Yeah. The server in 1980 said it does. Maybe I need to use that, huh? Maybe I need to use that. That'd actually be pretty cool. Wait, that'd actually be really satisfying. Writing code for a microcontroller using Fed would be pretty satisfying. Fed also has 2 space indentations by default, by the way. I think. I can't remember. I might have changed that myself. Also, let me give pads. Hi, Cold Coding Cat. Welcome, welcome. That is actually hilarious, though. Needing an extension to add support for overwriting, and it has 28 issues. Anyway. Cat. Pets for the Cold Coding Cat. I was but a baby back then? Wait, when? In 2024? It's bad enough that you have to keep track of that damn overtype indicator at the bottom of the window, but you want to have a separate overtype setting for each editor. Wait, what? Huh? Let's just press the install button and see what happens. It's installed. I think. Are we good? We good? What are the settings for it? Shows an abbreviated overtype status. Doesn't? Doesn't? Doesn't look like it. When in overtype mode, uses overtype behavior when pasting text. Yeah, yes. Per editor. Per editor? What, like per tab? Okay, that should work. Let's see what happens. If the thing works, of course. Oh my god, would you look at that? There it is, it's down there. Amazing, we've added 1980s technology. Nice. Thank you, person. Wait, no, I need to actually give a proper shout out. Thank you, Adam Maras or Dr. Murphy, who knows which. I'm using Adam Maras. I'm probably mispronouncing the name as well. What 1980s tech are you talking of? Thank you for the follow, GFX. Welcome, welcome. When you press insert, it toggles between insert mode and override mode. Yes, you needed an extension for this. Actually crazy. Actually crazy. Anyway, let's now use this technology, cutting edge, to you know. Okay, it doesn't. Pressing space does, pressing tab. Okay, pressing tab. Yeah, whatever. Perhaps I can allow that behavior, perhaps I can't. I'm not sure. It is warm here? It is! What is wrong with Visual Studio Code? I don't know. Hi, Cockripsy, welcome, welcome. I recognize your name. Where do I recognize your name from? Oh, I think it's, Alkalong's Discord server. Welcome, welcome there. What editor do you need an extension for that? Visual Studio Code, apparently. At least a version from just last year. If they suddenly discovered between 2024 and 2025 that the insert key exists, that's kind of a bit damning. Anyway, CC1NP and then reserved. And then CC1P. And then CC1E. There we are, I most definitely saved time by looking for an extension to do that. Hi, welcome Lucky Bear Thing as well. So this is... Oh my god. Irrelevant. And then we get to channel 1. So this one means, what was it? CC1NP. Output polarity, which I assume means input polarity, because this is actually output polarity. This bit is used in conjunction with blah 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 to define blah 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 blah. Must be 0. So what is this? I don't know, I don't even understand. It must be 0 when channel is in output mode, which it is. And reserved. Yeah, nothing. Does it say it must be 0 as well? Must be good, yeah. Must be 0. CC1P. Active high or active low? Output is active high. So when it says output, this means the actual pin, right? Output pin is active high, I assume that means. CC1E is... Oh! This is it! This is where you do it. The signal is output on the corresponding pin. So it looks like you do need to do that. It's not just set by the... this thingy where you set the alternate function, I guess. Channel configured as output. Not active, or it is output on the corresponding output pin. CC1 channel configured as input. We don't care. This is what we're doing. So this needs to be 1. So 0, 0, 0, 1. Output enable. Output enabled. Nice. Maybe that's all we need then. I've explicitly started the timer now. I don't know if I need to configure like where it's getting its clock from though. Maybe I still need to configure where it's getting its clock from. Counter, prescaler. We've already said the prescaler. Do I need to go to the toilet? Yeah, I guess I could do with going to the toilet. However, I also need to end stream very soon. So, I'm actually going to try uploading this and just seeing if it works currently. And if it does, I'll probably end the stream. And if it doesn't, then I'll go and save the kidneys, I guess. If I can't fix it quickly. Thank you though, Kinemi. Thanks for the pats, May, as well. May Miyumi is such a cute name. Wonder if you heard any crack. Auto reload. Oh, hang on. Wait, these are more things that I haven't set up yet, right? CC. Oh, I have. Never mind. CC. Oh, yeah, CCR. This is CCMR. Wait, I've done CCR as well. Okay, so we've done these already, right? Was there anything else I was missing? So I worked backwards, it looks like. Let's keep scrolling upwards. We've done this one. Event Generation Register, EGR. This was for... Wait. This bit can be set by software. This bit is set by software in order to generate an event. A capture compare event is generated on channel 1. Wait, so this is just used to generate something immediately, like right now? To like fake an event, I guess? Status register. Interrupt enable. I don't care about interrupts though. I think this is it, right? External trigger, sleeve mode. I don't think we care about any of this. I don't think we care about any of this, do we? Did I say God mode or gated mode? Hi Lopta! Am I doing this in assembly? Yeah, C at the moment, yeah. Sorry. Yeah. This is the entire code. It's not actually much, it's mostly just comments. This is old stuff that I don't need anymore. Do I need to do something here to force it to stay within this? Like while true? And then I have to put like a no up, right? Otherwise the compiler's gonna remove the while true, right? If I'm writing. Let me see if this compiles. Yeah. Thank you for the pats. It did compile. Shall we see if it uploads? Let's see if it uploads. I mean, it should upload unless I've broken the uploader. Let me... Thank you. Should I in Haskell? I still don't really know what Haskell is. I think Elcon could be very... ashamed, no, appalled, question mark with me or something. Time control register, channel 1 is going to TI1 input. Input. Not caring about any inputs. DMA selection, I don't care. Counter enable? Oh, wait, I haven't done this yet, right? I still have to do this. CR1. Wait, maybe this is gonna take a while. You know what? I'm deciding that I'm gonna end stream within 1 hour actually, so I'm gonna refund you for the for the saving of the kidneys, because I will end soon. I have to let my room cool down. You got your points back. Do I have an application in mind for this microcontroller? Yes! I want to make a little thing that is sort of like a Tamagotchi, like a little electronic thingy. Basically, an LCD. And, so it's gonna have like a low resolution LCD, and it's gonna play back small bits of LPC10 encoded speech. I actually modified there's an Arduino library for decoding LPC10 encoded speech. LPC10 is like a really low data rate, so you know, it's like really heavily compressed speech codec, if you like, that was invented in, I think, the 80s. Used in like the Speak and Spell toys and stuff. And yeah, that's basically it. An LCD and limited sound, and I want it to be like as low power as possible. The sound is going to be infrequent. Obviously I know sound's going to use so much power, but the it's going to be rare. MP3 player. Oh, I thought about that too relatively recently, actually. Because I saw a so-called codec chip, right? The thing that would be decoding the MP3 and a bunch of other formats. I saw one that has like a built-in MIDI synthesizer in it, which is pretty cool. I make MIDI files and stuff, and it'd be pretty fun hearing how they sound on that thing. Maybe making one specifically for that. Something tiny, I might use 8-bit ULAW. Interesting. That's far too big still. That's still one sample. There's still 1 byte per sample. This has, I don't know how, let's calculate it. Well, it varies depending on whether it's silent and whether it's voiced or unvoiced. But in the worst case, when it's voiced, there are, let's see, this is the uploader sketch that I made. Talkie bench. Wait, I need to look in the actual library folder. Hold on. It's 5 plus 5 plus 4 plus 4 plus 4 plus 4 plus 4 plus 3 plus 3 plus 3. That's all these, and we also have plus 6 for the period and 4 for the energy. So that's 49 bits divided by 8. So this is 6.5 bytes for 200 samples at 8 kilohertz. So effectively you could say it's 0.03 bytes per sample instead of 1 byte per sample. Don't worry, I was putting it in the calculator. 8-bit ULAW mono was simple enough for voices and trade storage for simplicity. If you're playing from ROM, it can be a win. I see. Yeah, no, I'm just playing from the flash memory inside this microcontroller. We've only got 32 kilobytes to play with, so every little bit counts. So she says writing this in C rather than assembly. Maybe assembly one day. I haven't done it. I've only done a little bit of assembly on AVR microcontrollers. And this one seems a lot more complicated, and I haven't really read the instruction or the CPU datasheet thingy. 32K is loads of space. I know, it's a whopping 4 seconds of audio if you're doing ULAW. 4 whole seconds. Whereas with the other one it would be... what was it? There's like 49 bytes or something for 200 samples? Well, that's not... okay, never mind, I don't remember what it was. C-Optimize would probably optimize more than you can writing in assembly. I don't know about that. I mean, I guess it depends, right? Whether you're optimizing for size or speed as well. I guess you could, if you're doing an assembly, you could make it really fast in the areas that you wanted, if you're good enough, of course. And try to make it small in areas where everywhere else. If you're good enough, of course, which I'm most definitely not, so this entire conversation is moot, but... My first computer had 8K ROM, 1K RAM, and it was uphill both ways. Nice. Oh my goodness, the stew has arrived. Hi, welcome back, stew. Okay, I'm gonna try uploading, but let me get the oscilloscope probing the correct pin, which is... Not too much stuff open. Timer 2 channel 1, this one, which is pin 6. Okay, let me just move the probe over to... 6. Okay, it's currently probing pin 6. Oh my goodness, what's my tracking doing? And let's upload and see if we see something that is... Oh wait, but what's it counting up to though? Is it really gonna count up to 65535? Because that's such a huge number. How do we set like the... Is there a way to set like the upper limit? Or does this have to count up to 65535? And if it's counting up to 65535, I feel like I should set this prescaler to like 0, which means divide by 1, not divide by 0. Can I count down? Shit, you're right. You're right. It can count down. You're right. We should set the value that it resets to. Oh my god. We should. Okay, that's exactly what we should do. Thank you, Lopta. I don't know why I didn't think that. So we can just set the reset value to like 256 or 5. Yeah, 255, I guess. We'll do countdown. Thank you for the follow. I feel like I should be following you since you're the one helping. Okay, so we want to count down. Count down. Where am I? Controller is a 1. CR1. I hate how similarly some of these are. We've got CR1, we've got CCR1, we've got CCMR1. Anyway. See if we see something. Oh my goodness, yes. OS go squish? Maybe. 32-bit peripheral registers have to be written by words. All other peripheral registers have to be written by half words. Oh, it literally says there. They have to be written in 16 bits, so my silly little thingy for setting high and low is completely irrelevant. Just get out of here. I mean, I could change it to like get the upper value and write that as well, but yeah. But it says you can read it in 8 bits at a time or 16 or 32, that's nice. But thinking of an old Z80 instruction, DJNZ, your decremented register, then jump if the result was not 0. It was great for loops. It does sound useful. Clock division. This bit field indicates the division ratio between this and sampling clock used by the digital filters. Huh, so you can like add a tiny little... Wait, digital filters? Wait, TIX, not TIMX. Oh my god. This is confusing. Ouch. Pat. Don't worry. I would love to have been playing around with that if I... You know... had known about it at the time. And like existed, I guess. Auto reload, preload, not blah blah blah. Auto reload, preload enabled. Wait, isn't this? I thought that's what this was. OC1PE. What is OC1PE then? Output compare 1 preload enabled. Ah, okay, so this is... Right, okay. This is... Okay. I need to... Oh, fuck, I need to change a bunch of things. Help! That's annoying. But also, I'm glad I know how to do this now, thank you. So this doesn't really matter. Whenever this is... So this reload, preload, blah blah blah, auto reload thingy is what the timer gets put back up to, right? When we're counting down. So we're gonna set this once at the beginning to like 255 to emulate an 8-bit thingy timer. And so we don't really... This is kind of irrelevant. Who really cares about this? Let's might as well say not buffered though. Okay, let me start making a note of this. So we want... So this is TIM2 CR1. Clock division equals 0, 0. For now anyway. ERPE, we're going to want to be 0. CMS center aligned mode selection. The counter counts up or down depending on the direction bits. That's what I want, I think. Up and down alternatively, no. No, we want 0, 0. So CMS is 0. 0. And the direction. Down counter, that's where we set in. Hell yeah. 1 pulse mode, counter is not stopped at events. This has got like all the settings that I was like, a whole bunch of settings that I was expecting to find in other places. I only just found it. 1 pulse mode. We don't want to stop. Update request source. This bit is set and cleared by software to select the UEV event sources. That's not a thing that I've heard of yet. What is the update? Oh, UEV update event, I guess. I just got one of those phone calls. Oh no, which ones? I know you're focused on this one at present, but have you looked at 32-bit RISC V? I kinda already have it right here in front of me in this state right now. So, nope. I was most concerned about power consumption, so my decision was based around the fact that this has a sleep mode where you can get sub 1 microsecond, microamp power consumption, which is amazing. So I can just like blitz a new frame out to the LCD, or blit I guess you could say as well, which is kind of funny, and then just sleep for like half a second or more and just be pulling like basically nothing. Your phone number will be deactivated today. Press 1 for English, 2 for Chinese. Why? That's interesting. Haven't seen that one before. What scummy and scammy thing. URS. Update request source. This bit is set and cleared to select the update event sources. 0 means any of the following. Generate an update interrupt or DMA request. Counter overflow underflow. Setting the UG bit, I don't know what that is. And update generation through the slave mode controller. Otherwise, only counter overflow and underflow generates an update interrupt. I think I want 1. I'm not using... well, actually, I still know what the UG bit is. But the UG bit, I wonder if that'll be described later. Is that in this register? Oh, of course it's not. UDIS. Update disable. This bit is set and cleared by software to enable or disable update event generation. Wait, what? Wait, what? What's the difference? Hang on, wait, what? Freb! 3 for Welsh? Hell yeah. Welcome, Freb, how are you doing? And welcome, Cammy Moop. I wish I could disable interrupts on my brain. Yeah, me too! Welcome, Freb. How was it? I wish I could disable all background processes in my brain. Except for like breathing and heart beating, I guess. Maybe digesting food and maybe a whole load of other things. Anyway. How was your stream? My Oblivion game? My Oblivion still looks funny. The Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall. Pat pat. I'm guessing this is a joke, however all these games look basically the same to me, so I literally wouldn't be able to tell the difference. But did you have fun? Also, is it absolutely disgustingly hot where you are as well, Frem? Welcome, I should probably introduce myself. Hi, I'm a weird cat, and right now my brain is in a small amount of pain, much less than it was before, because I feel like I'm actually looking in the correct area of the datasheet now. But I'm trying to learn how to control this little guy. Maybe slightly burned, but at least the solar job doesn't look like this anymore. And, yeah, which is a little microcontroller. It's going to be the brain of the pet long nuke. Little electronic pet thingy using this LCD. Which is a microcontroller with a very low minimum power consumption. It is getting very warm, especially with 3 PCs running in it. Oh no! You played it? Oh, it's a joke because the Elder Scrolls came for the 90s. Ah, I played it as a bit of a... I probably could notice the difference then. Bit of a joke, but it turns out it's really fun. Nice! Nice. Joke turns into niceness. It's suddenly too hot here, and it rained, so it's also max humid. Ah! High liquid cake, and also pants. Does a microcontroller have an audio amp built in? Am I feeding a separate board? I'm gonna have to use another IC, basically. I've got one in mind. It's an analog devices one, like a little Class D amp with a shutdown pin so that it can be pulling no current when it doesn't need to play sounds. But yeah, the mess on the board here, this thing here, was like a little, basically, push-pull amplifier circuit thing for, which I was, oh, I don't have it in view, but this was connected to the Arduino on my last stream, I think, to get the speech from it. But I won't be doing this eventually because this is hideously inefficient, and that's basically it. Kind of big as well. Also, wait, I can't stop the music. Why is it? There we are. It's a very quiet one right now, Freb, I'm afraid. Look, the time is... That. Far too late. Gotta be quiet. Gotta go outside for a minute. Good luck, Fox! Yeah, but I had to explain to others. Very nice. Thanks. I hope it'll actually, like, you know, work. I don't know.
7 cheeses.
That's a bunch of cheeses. Hi, Forator. Welcome. Thank you very much for the resub. You're just choosing to ignore it? I mean, it's Friday, right? Right, well, I mean, it's Saturday technically now. Oh shit, that means I'm missing a... No! Oh my god, okay, I actually have to end soon because I'm missing a stream of a friend of mine who does a stream every Friday. I wonder if he's doing one this Friday. Let's have a look. Yep, he's already in the voice channel. Maybe he's already live. Oh god. Okay, so I'll be raiding into that person probably. But not yet. Not yet. I want to see if this works first. Not yet. Not yet. I've been getting really hot all evening. I'm just gonna do it for nothing. I should have called it cheese. Missed the chance. I didn't realize there was a typo until you corrected it. It's Doohoo maxing? Hell yeah, it is. You're using GMT, which is UTC. We're UTC +1 now, right? Because we're BST at the moment, which is just the summertime version. I always get confused. Summertime is during the summer, which makes sense. But then daylight savings time sounds weird to me when I hear that, because it makes me think it's for making the daylight last longer, right? So I think that that happens during the time of the year when it's dark longer, right? But apparently no, the daylight savings happens when it's lighter and it's all... Yeah, I always forget which way around it is. Yeah, I'm bullshit time, exactly. Approximate UTC? Approximate, oh no. 2 times BST? Wait, really? I actually wasn't here for World War II, so... I didn't realize that, actually. AD makes some fun stuff. I like the dedicated CDRs. What is a CDR? I'm curious now. Did I ever say hi, Camimoop? Hi, Camimoop. Welcome, welcome. Update request source. This bit is set and cleared to select the UEV event sources. Update disable. This bit is set. By the way, Freb, please hydrate and take care of yourself if you're not already. Sorry, I forgot to say that. So you don't wake up the sun already up. That would waste daylight. Oh yeah, okay. True. DST is UTC -1. That's what I was thinking, but no, it's +1. It's not for saving daylight at the end of the day, it's for saving daylight at the beginning of the day. Honey and lemon. Sounds kind of nice, but it... Wait, honey and lemon. So this is like tea, right? In tea, do you mean? You're brave drinking a hot drink. I'll probably do it when I get downstairs then. Okay, I did already say I'm glad, I'm glad. I'm sorry, my memory is so bad. I'll probably forget again before the end of the stream. It takes a serial bit stream and pulls out the embedded clocking and then retimes the bit stream out of it. That sounds interesting. So what's the point of that? If you have like a clock that's not got a super stable clock, if you've got serial data that's not like on a super stable clock.
Jeez.
You leave work an hour early and it's still light out. But you have to go to work an hour early and drink too much coffee. Oh no. Hi, Tai. I can't reach it, I'm sorry. Fast zero streams have embedded clocks for simple alignment. Embedded clocks. Oh, okay, so it just removes the clockness, so you're only left with the bits going high and low, and a separate clock line? Like clock and data lines? That's really cool. Interesting. In the summer, the sun already gets up so early. You don't need it to rise so early. Yeah, okay, that makes sense, yeah. So you put a clock forward. Even when you put a clock forward, it still rises. Yeah. Crazily. At 2817, I see. This bowl of water that I've had my feet in is kind of to try to keep myself, not dead when the temperature is this in my room. Why has it gone up since I looked last time? By 0.1 degrees. Anyway, it's kind of evaporating a bit. I need it overflowing because I was reading that. Let that sink in. Oh my god. If you try to move it forward in the winter, it gets up super late and kids go to school in the dark. Yeah. Alright, this bit is set and cleared by software to select the update event sources. If it's 0, it can be any of these. If it's 1, it's only the one I care about, which is nice. Actually, I don't even want any interrupts, so either of these are whatever. I don't care. Update disable. This bit is set and cleared by software to enable disable event generation. If it's 0, then the events are enabled. If it's 1, there are no update events. But the counter and the prescaler are reinitialized.
Jeez.
If the UG bit is set. I still don't know what the UG bit is. So, and that would imply the timer does still keep counting, right? So, like, if I'm running it in PWM mode, why, Bucky? If I'm running it in PWM, is it just because you wanted me to say why, so you can do exclamation mark YC? I bet it is. I bet it is. I bet it is. There it is. I knew it. So I guess if you need it in PWM mode. What are you blapping? Bleh. I don't have mouse tracking with it tracks my tongue, so. See and counter enable, counter disable. Cleared automatically in one pulse. Alright, let's do this. Let's do this. So let me give pants. Pat. Thanks for the kidnap. But I was holding my breath that entire time where I was fumbling around for the button to make me go back down. Thank you for the pats. Alright, so this means it's a 1 and udis equals 1, and then counter enable, which is cn equals 1. And that's it. Wait, what does it say? External clock, gated mode, and encoder can only work if it's been previously set by software. Okay, I'm not using this. Master mode selection. These bits allow to select the information
To be sent in master mode to slave timers for synchronization. The combination is as follows. What was that just now, where you slided like that and made that sound effect? I pressed this button. Actually, I didn't. I pressed this button and went pew, pew, pew. Sorry. I just have to pay attention to the bass every now and then. Thank you for the pats. That's a pretty good scaredy mode. Thank you, Nora.
Alright, reset the YouTube bit is used to trigger output, update, trigger output, compare, pulse. TRGO. Okay, so this is like, we don't care about any of this trigger stuff, do we? Capture, compare, DMA selection. We're not doing any DMA, it doesn't matter, so I shouldn't need to set any of this, right? Slave mode control, yeah, I'm not doing any of that either. I don't care about it. Interrupt enable, I'm not doing interrupts. I assume this will be disabled by default, right? Oh, it says 000. Okay, yeah, nice. Alright, in that case, I think we just need these. Let's set these up, these to make it count down. I'm gonna need to change these as well. These ones I still want. This one I need to change to PWM mode 2, I think. Actually, it shouldn't matter either way. Would it matter? No, would it matter? I don't think it really matters either way. Mode 1 was like the timer is whenever the counter is less than or equal to the output compare register, then the pin is active. Which is fine either way, it doesn't really matter whether we're counting up or down. Like, yeah, it doesn't really matter. If we start low and then go high quickly, or we start high and stay high for a long time and then go low near the end. The end result will be the same duty cycle. Also, pats for the X. This is a lot of pats recently. Oh my goodness. Ah! Thank you for the pats. That's a bunch of pats. Oh my, hi Kim Knights. VTuber coding with pats. Yeah. Only at Weird Cat Uke stream. By the way, that's not the official name for anything. If anyone takes that name, how dare you. Thank you for the follow, Pixel Hamster. Where do I sign up? Right there. You just did it. Thank you. Do you need to leave? Enjoy the rest of the stream, everyone. Thank you for stopping by for such a long time. Yeah, good luck sleeping in this heat. If it's hot where you are. Yes. Bye-bye. I'm actually smiling. Why? I might need to reset the face tracking. Okay, it detects smiling now. Nice. So the values are 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1. What the? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What the f? What about the other values? What's the rest of them? Hold on. TIM2, CR1, CR1. Oh, these are reserved, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, they're all done then. And then like 10 to 15 reserved. 0. Okay. So the values are 0, 0, 0, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And now we have these ones. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 1, 1. Is that 16? Let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. It is. Nice. Alright, let's add comments. Oh my goodness.
She's not included.
Cheese not included? Welcome! Thank you very much, Misaka. 9 months already. Sheesh, thank you very much. Cheese not included there. Yeah, cheese is... Well, I mean, you do get like a free... Cheese. You do get a free certain number of cheeses every stream. Some people like to use them all.
Cheese.
Thank you, Misaka. Hope you're doing okay. Hope it's not as nastily hot where you are right now.
Cheese.
Temperature for reference. This is inside my room. Anyway, and these are all reserved. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hey, do you want to hear something horribly cursed, Misaka? And anybody else who's just joined recently? Guess what? Visual Studio Code doesn't, or at least didn't in mid 2024, which is like fairly recently. I don't know if it does nowadays. Didn't support pressing the insert key to go between insert and overwrite modes. I had to download an extension. Yes, an extension to enable like typing over things. And the extension has 28 issues. 28 issues with pressing the insert button to type over text. What is the current state of technology in 2025? This is actually insane. Anyway, an extension is called Vim mode. Text editing ain't easy. Do I need to re-demonstrate this? This is technology that existed a long time ago. Let's move the cursor back and press insert. It's possible. It's possible. You don't use insert mode because you've wait. So is it just like by default insert mode? Sorry, override mode. You'd expect us to have a proper editor one by now. Very E. That is very E. That is the most. Hang on. That is so E that I need to make a few fly across. There we are. In fact, you could say it's so. Wait, where is it? There. You could say it's so E that it's wrapped around and become me. Anyway, must be 0. Then we have CKD, which was what was that? CKD was clock division. Clock division 1. And we have ARPE, which was auto reload, preload, enable. So this is the buffer thingy, and that's just nothing, 0. So this is only update auto reload value. Use to ref on overflow. So update this immediately rather than on overflow. And then CMS was, I can't remember any of these. Where was that? There it is, CMS center aligned mode. Which I think, is this what the AVR used to call phase correct PWM or something? In any case, I don't need it. So this is so this means just simply count up or down according to DIR. And this means count down from auto, think of the pads pass, auto reload value to 0, at which point value becomes auto reload value. What a ridiculous comment. OPM, not to be confused with opium. 1 pulse mode. Keep. So this one actually means auto reload, right? Yeah. Keep timer. So this is actually like auto reload value. Okay, if you're literally calling it the auto reload register, then I have to call it the auto reload value when reaching 0 instead of just stopping. Rather than up from 0 to 0535. URS update request source. Update event is only over/underflow. So what is this? Only over underflow would generate an interrupt. So we're not using interrupts. I'll just finish this off and I'll catch up with chat. I'm on a bit of a roll right now. This update disable. Update event is not generated. Disable interrupts from this timer. Wait, is this timer or this timer's channel? Wait a minute. CR1. Wow, this is the entire timer, isn't it? From the entire timer too. Thank you for the pants again. Oh my goodness, I hear you tired a little bit. I guess I'm feeling too tired. I'm just hot and it's late, so I have to be quiet, otherwise I'll wake people up. CE is my insert mode. CE. Override insert. Keyboard select from home row. Oh my. Wow. It has all the modes. Sheesh. Thank you for the pats, even though your hand is clipping through my head. Welcome back, Fox. Hold on, let me, there you go. Now it just clips to the top of my head instead of the side of my head. It's really easy to do the kind of things in certain mode. I guess I see. Oh, let me give pants 1 sec. It stopped raining. Possibly nice? I don't know. I'd like some rain right now though. Pat, pat. Well, I'd like it if the rain comes, cools me down. But yeah, pats for the fox. Maybe some tail licks as well. Yeah, hold on, let me just, there we go. Alternatively, this kind of tail lick. It's okay, the long eek's just cooling herself down. Ignore the brokenness of that not even animating emoji. Anyway, we'll see and something enabled. Oh, count enabled, right? I think I finally remembered on. Counter enable, okay. So I assume this means like actually do the counting up or down. One, 0, 1, and then everything has a 0. That's kind of nice if it says int 23. I mean, I don't need to know, but... So, trigger value, so there is not going to be a trigger... Oh yeah, there will be a trigger value, that's correct, that's correct. So we need to choose a reload value. What was that? Tim2 auto reload register or something, right? Tim2 auto reload register. Yeah, this one. Equals 205. Count down from 205 once counter underflows. Wait. Below 0. Ah, this is essentially once counter wraps. Well, yeah, underflows below. Yeah, sure, whatever. Hopefully that works. Hopefully that works. So this timer is just going to count from 205 to 0 and wrap back around. Whenever it's below 200, the... maybe I should add a script for this. Whenever counter is below... what do I call it? Oh shit, this trigger, like I'm using it as the wrong thing. Target, let's say target. It's not really target. Okay, whatever, it's output compare value. Whenever counter is below OC value, channel 1's output is active. Is it below or is it less than or equal to? Actually, I'm not sure. CCMR1. Well, that really matters so much, but CCMR1. This is bit OC1M. Less than. In down counting, channel 1 is... Oh, hang on, this is the other way around. In down counting, channel 1 is inactive as long as it's greater than... Else active. Okay, so it's less than or equal to... May recommend some resource or sites for learning C++. Thank you for the follow, Bob. Welcome. If I may, I don't know. I honestly don't know. There are, like, when I search for things, some sites often show up. Not really, well, I guess there are tutorials, but they're not the sites I want, so I end up just looking at, sites like, CPP reference and something else. CPP, is it cppreference.com? Or CP preference as it looks, which is unfortunate. Insert mode is technically the inverse. Replace mode used to be default. I see, that's why it's named that way. I was about to post a gun and I realized I was gifted a sub of a not so good streamer that the emote is from. I'm not posting. Alright, fair enough, folks. may I send here links? What more do you like to link? Also, yeah. Also, if you're wanting to link something for me, I will absolutely forget it, and the best place to do it would be in the Discord. Otherwise, I don't know, my memory's awful. But yeah, that's a Nyan for Azrael, by the way. Don't know if it's a good place to start. Yeah, I don't think it's a good place to start. I don't know how I would learn. I mean, I guess I learned C. The reason I started learning C at all was for Arduino stuff ages ago. So I was following like Arduino related guides. I learned CVP back when I didn't know how to learn things. I see. You're welcome, you're welcome. CV reference? I can't read. I don't remember how to learn C++. Okay, I think this might be everything we need. I think this might be everything, right? I'm going to now press this button to see if it builds. If I haven't messed something up again. It builds. And we're gonna upload this, and the oscilloscope, which has been in the way the entire time, I only now realized that you wouldn't have been able to see me typing half of my comments. Might change. So yeah, this is monitoring pin 6 on the board, which is this PA0, which has the timer 2 channel 1 functionality, which we're selecting, I hope, I think. Oh, I should have changed this. Oh, no, whatever, it doesn't matter. I just realized that I rearranged these things to look like they're in like a nicer order, but now they're not in the order of the alternate functions. But also I just realized that like there are gaps in these, like this might be 3, this could be 5 and stuff anyway, so I shouldn't be relying on just the order of these to decide which the number is. Anyway, this annoying whining sound in the background is finally gonna hopefully be put to good use. So I'm gonna click upload and we'll see if anything happens on pin 6. If it does, we should see... Oh, you know, let me try and calculate it absolutely exactly. Assuming that the prescalers are like all the way along the chain are 1, in other words, we're not dividing the main clock at all. And the main clock is 2.1 megahertz, I think I've already inferred. Currently, it's running it. So, that would mean that we're counting 256 unique values. So, the frequency we should get should be about 8.2 kilohertz, which is amusingly enough. Well, it's not amusing in the slightest, but it's actually quite close to the value I want. A little bit faster though. Anyway, so we should see something of about that frequency, and we should see it be like a width of 200 out of 255. So that's like 51, 52, 5. So that's like 5/6 roughly. Let's see. Let's press upload. Let's see if I've broken the uploader, since I did make a tiny change without testing it. Oh, it's not even plugged in. What the... Hold. I guess I need to plug it in to upload. Upload. I don't like the way the button changes functionality. Oh my god, it works! Oh shit, the timer's actually doing something! Zoom out. Holy crap, it's actually like 5... No way! Wait, isn't that everything's working? Look at this value right here. 8.22 kilohertz. And look at the width of the thingy. It's like 5 out of 6 roughly. In fact, we can put a measurement on the width of it. Hold on. Measure. Thank you for the pants. Let's measure the duty cycle. I think that's a percentage, right? Ratio. 78%. I said it would be roughly 5/6. So what is 5/6? 5 over 6. 83%. Okay, yeah, we're a little bit below that, but holy crap. Why the heck? the heck, why did it work first time? I don't know. I'm sure this is gonna have had awful side effects, right? I've probably like broken everything else at this point. I mean, not like permanently hardware wise, but I've probably like put things into modes that I'm gonna discover are very annoying later on, and I don't know how to fix them. Anyway, if I want exactly 8 kilohertz, we can't easily get it from this 2 megahertz, can we? Yeah, this is actually crazy. Yes, it's Windows 10. This is Windows 10, but yeah, I think it's on Windows 7 as well, I think. Sorry, it is... yeah, I think it's the same version. But yeah, they weirdly changed it though, didn't they? But I may have been avoiding updates. Well, just stupid updates. Anyway. Thank you very much for the pads, Kim and Tickle. I can't believe that worked. This is Windows 10. This is... wow, okay, I am super happy about this. Like, in the end, wait, you know what? Maybe it wouldn't... would it? We should never return, right? From main in a microcontroller, right? What happens if we do? Well, I guess the program pointer would just go somewhere really random, right? Because it would like be trying to read up the stack, I guess, and return to the pointer from whence it came, but there was no pointer backwards, so like it would like try to step backwards again. The memory, it would just be reading a random byte from somewhere and start executing that, I guess, right? I don't know, that's my guess. 8.22 kilohertz is close to 8 kilohertz. It really is. It really is. But also, this is the fastest. Oh no, it's not. Wait. I was dividing by 3. So we could actually get faster than this if we wanted, but not that much faster. We could get 8. So we're dividing by 4 right now, right? So we could get up to 32 kilohertz if we just divide by 0. Not divide by 0. Divide by 1, but you have to type 0 for. So it's only up to 32 kilohertz. Maybe that's high enough. I'm just thinking, you know, to be able to filter out those higher frequencies. It's obviously above human hearing. Might be annoying to cats and dogs though. 32 kilohertz is probably okay. That would mean that I can just, you know, keep the CPU running at 2 megahertz, which would be very nice. And not need to clock it up and use more power. Poor doggo? Yeah, maybe. What are you planning to make it do? I can't believe I've basically pretty much got enough set up to be able to get some sound out of this now, even though... Oh no, I haven't. I need 2 times. Never mind. Yeah, no, never mind. What I want to do is make like a little electronic pet thing, like a Tamagotchi. It's gonna be using an LCD like this. Just you know, low resolution reflective screen, although it does have a backlight as well. And there's gonna be sound with a much smaller speaker than this. This is just one that I have lying around with wires already soldered to it because I was lazy and didn't want to resolder them. So sure, let's grab that. And yeah, it's gonna have what I'm doing for this, what I'm making this timer for is basically the code that will play back audio, re-synthesize audio really, because it's like from the codec, and I'm putting the thing out now. There it is. Got a little bit stuck inside it. Oh well. Alright, I'm about to turn off the scope now, and you can hear this annoying whining sound finally stop. Are you ready? That's the mic, not the scope. I'm pressing the button now. Boop. The wonderful sound of silence. Except not really. Because now the next thing making sound is my computer. Also the fan blowing at me. I'm sorry, I'm smashing this mic to pieces right now. Okay, Okay. I think I'll end the stream there. I cannot believe that just worked first time. That's insane. Have you ever thought of not using VS Code, trying something else? It scares me because, you know, it kind of usually just works, except Visual Studio Code is much less just worky than Visual Studio. Visual Studio, you can just press compile and it works, but yeah, I'm not sure. I think I started using Visual Studio Code because I saw people using it for Unity and stuff. I'd never had Visual Studio Code before I was using Unity. That's the only reason I got it, and now I just have it installed, and I got a little bit used to it, so I keep using it. I'm a Microsoft hater. Well, there's VS Codium, right? A version with the already kind of minimal telemetry removed, except it's not that minimal if it's checking for updates every time you start it by default. But anyway, I'm gonna end now. I'm going to start letting my room cool down. Probably far too late. It's probably gonna be like 5 AM before my room is remotely cool enough, which is sad, but at least it's Saturday morning. So, what a cool time this was. Like, I find it really fun. Not the reading of the datasheets. That was not so fun. I don't enjoy reading these datasheets. Maybe I can get used to them eventually, you know. But man, it kind of paid off, huh? Massive thanks to that person. Who was it? Lopta, who suggested. Was it Lopta? Wait, was it Lopta? Someone suggested using countdown mode instead. Wait, who was it that suggested countdown mode? Was it Lopta? I'm not sure. Somebody suggested using countdown mode instead, so it doesn't have to count up to 6, 4, 5, 3, 5. Anyway, massive thanks to that person. Thank you. That's exactly what I needed. It was Lopta? Hell yeah. I'm glad you can scroll up further than I can on OBS. What are you talking about? Reading datasheet is the best part. Not this datasheet, it's not. Alright. I'm super grateful for you all for all hanging out. I'm kinda hungry and I will save the kidneys as promised. And I also got done in like an hour. I said around 1 AM that I wanted to be stopped within like an hour, and now it's nearly 2 AM. So yeah, that's math. Okay, I'm gonna pass you on to somebody now. I was gonna pass you on to Doohoo, but now I also see Alkalunga streaming, and that's programming related stuff. So Linked is on as well. Okay, this is super rare. And well, it's not that rare. I raided him last time, so I don't think I'll raid him again. However, I will do a shout out. We're not gonna go on to Linted, but I just want to shout out Linted because he was here earlier, and he's also the only other VTuber I know who is doing electronic stuff. And yeah, I'm giving headbands because that's the rules. I'm trying to. My hand tracking's not letting me. Also, funnily enough, completely coincidentally, he's also working on a Tamagotchi style thing, or Tomagotchi as it's said, but yeah, it's a very different idea to mine the way it's being done. It's more as like a joke thing where he's modifying an e-cig, a vape thingy to that you have to vape in order to keep the thing alive, because he just thought it was a hilariously terrible idea, and now he's making it happen, and I just kind of find it amusing as well. Anyway. Alright, I think I'll pass you on to Doohoo. I'm gonna pass you on to Doohoo. Even though Alkalunk's live, I mentioned Doohoo earlier. I'm gonna be hanging out in the channel anyway, probably listening, and frankly, I need some calmness. My brain needs a little bit of a rest, and Alkalunk is very big brain stuff that I never understand. This makes it this implies that the person who I'm gonna pass you on to has a small brain, and now I realize that I'm sounding horrible. The suck of life. It is so awful, but it's like, I understand when you get such like a ridiculous idea in your head, the need to like just make it as a joke. Yeah, anyway, alright, and that's all for now. The thing is, he doesn't even vape, so it's kind of funny hearing him try to talk about it and like sounding awkward. Anyway, I'm gonna pass you on to Doohoo_, who is a friend of mine who's currently playing Factorio with a whole load of other people, apparently. Yamanakami, Ifrid, Enlin, Nova Liminal, Frogbottom, Myriad Mines who was here earlier, Sasaxolotl, and Gasplash. Yeah, all VTuber friends. Actually, I'm not sure if Gasplash is a VTuber or Sasaxolotl. But the rest are. Anyway, so this is where we're going. Ta-da! Doohoo would call himself a boomer dragon. Mod mess Factorio. Oh my god, is this the ridiculous? Wait, have they updated? They've been using some ridiculous mods. I don't even play Factorio, but they were there was just like they had a mod that made the gun just start playing Major League Gamer memes every time you fired, and the whole screen would go like rainbow colored. Anyway. Alright, raid message will be something like Long Yik has blessed this stream, followed by this emoji if you have access to it. If you don't, feel free to use the worm emoji because she's a derpy little worm. By the way, this is the character. This Long Yuk is the character that you'll be keeping alive in the Pet Long Yuk, except she's not gonna die. I don't want there to be things. I don't want people to get upset about. Frankly, I don't want to make it. Why I'd search for worm instead of worm emoji? Here's the worm emoji if you need it. Oh shit, I'm running out of time. Alright, that's all. Feel free to wait, why am I saying feel free to? No, yeah, that's it. Okay, bye, thank you for being here. Please hydrate and take care of yourself. Bye! You're all super kind. I'm gone. Ah! Phew. Bye, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3.